Okay.
I said, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes. Here. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Here.
Vice Mayor Maple.
Here.
Councilmember Guerra.
Here.
Councilmember Jennings.
Here.
Councilmember Vang. Here. And Mayor Steinberg.
I am here. Vice Mayor Maple, would you please lead us in the land acknowledgement and the Pledge of Allegiance?
My pleasure. Please rise if you are able for the opening acknowledgments in honor of Sacramento's indigenous people and tribal lands. To the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, the Southern Maidu, Valley and Plains Miwok, Putuan Wintun peoples, and the people of the Wilton Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe. May we acknowledge and honor the Native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral lands by choosing to gather today in the active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation for Sacramento's indigenous people's history, contributions, and lives. All right, now salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, God, I need some water. I'm sorry.
Hey, take this one and drink out.
Thank you. I got it. Thank you. A very good evening and late afternoon to everyone. First, let me apologize on behalf of the council for being a little bit late. We had a long afternoon session and then a lengthy closed session, and so sometimes that's the way it works out, but we always want to respect, of course, the public and your time. Today, we have got a number of important items on the agenda, but let us begin with a presentation recognizing Human Trafficking Prevention Month, presented by Councilmember Guerra and Councilmember Vang. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank my co-presenter, Councilmember Vang, with this, and also welcome to the podium members of the Sacramento Regional Family Justice Center. I'd like to welcome Daniel Iritani, the director there, one of the directors, and two of our case managers who do the day-to-day work, Michelle Vasquez and Edith Gonzalez. A little bit of history for, very proud of the work that our city has done in addressing human trafficking. And in Sacramento, one of those specific issues, not just on the labor side, but also in sex trafficking specifically. The work of our city employees, our community advocates, and organizations like Community Against Sexual Harm, we were able to fund through this council the RESET program to help break the cycle of violence and housing dependency that some of those victims of human trafficking face. We were also able to work and draft, and I was very proud to work with Attorney General then, Javier Becerra, to allocate $1.2 million to get the study on what impacts were happening and the root causes and some of our solutions with Sacramento State University on the issue of human trafficking. And again, CASH was one of those, Community Against Sexual Harm was one of those entities that led us, along with coalition partners, to address a new ordinance on changing how we look at businesses, and found that we have illicit businesses, illegal massage parlors who were taking advantage, victimizing many in our own community in broad daylight in our commercial corridors. And through the use of also our code officers and our community partners, we were able to make a dent and a change in that aspect. And then finally, again, bringing to light, particularly during the pandemic, we were able to keep these organizations alive. And we're talking not only about my sister's house, City of Refuge, St. John's, Weave, but very much also an entity that provides legal recourse for those victims of human trafficking, and that is the Sacramento Family Justice Center. And to date, it's exciting to be here with the Family Justice Center to recognize them for their work in these last 18 months alone. They've served 90 victims with free legal assistance, and they've been able to provide over 1,114 meals to clients and 158 victims who have been provided temporary shelter, who have been facing the issues of human trafficking. The organization serves 13,149 children who are exposed to these issues, and also I've been able to support them. And one of the important things that we find is that many of the youth see this cycle of violence, and their Camp Hope program helps them understand and break that cycle so that they understand what a true relationship is. So it's my pleasure to welcome here Daniel Iritani, Michelle Vasquez, and Edith Gonzalez. Give them a round of applause as we recognize the Human Trafficking Prevention Month.
Well, first, I want to express my gratitude to Councilmember Guerra and Councilmember Vang and the entire City Council for shining a light on the issue of human trafficking in our region. On behalf of the victims and the survivors we serve, thank you for your support and advocacy. Each and every one of you play a significant role in combating trafficking in our region. Although you may not see human trafficking in our day-to-day life, it lurks in the dark shadows in our community. It is vicious and is rampant. One of the commitments we have here at the FJC is to identify barriers that keep victims in a place of danger and trauma, and then work to break down those barriers. Thus, we created Sacramento County's first and only 24/7 human trafficking hotline. For reference, in 2019, the National Human Trafficking Hotline reported 1,507 cases. In our first 18 months of our hotline, we received 1,547 calls. Core to our mission in this program is collaboration. So I want to recognize our community partners. We are so blessed to have the opportunity to work and partner with these organizations like the Sacramento County Sheriffs and their human trafficking team, Dignity Health and the Medical Safe Haven, Sacramento PD and their human trafficking team, and then CASH, Community Against Sexual Harm, for all their hard work and their boots on the ground. Together, we have helped hundreds of human trafficking victims get out of the life. These are women and children who we've been helping, and one by one, we've been helping them find safety and hope in their lives. So thank you again for recognizing all the work that we get to do. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could pass it over to Councilmember Vang.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll keep this short because I know we got a long list of public comments. First, just wanted to take this time to thank Councilmember Guerra for co-sponsoring this resolution with me, and really just want to take this moment to thank the Family Justice Center for all the hard work that you do day in, day out to really protect victims. I also just want to give a shout out to not just the Family Justice Center, but also so many organizations on the ground, from CASH to the Impact Organization to Weave, my sister house that Councilmember Guerra mentioned. I know all of y'all are working incredibly hard day in and day out to really prevent human trafficking from happening. It was estimated in 2022 that we had an estimated 13,000 people that were victims of human trafficking in Sacramento County, but that's actually an undercount, and I anticipate that number is probably really, really low. I also know, we know that right now so many of our young Indigenous Black and brown girls go missing in broad daylight as well. So just really wanted to take this moment to also center them as well. And so a huge shout out again just to the Family Justice Center and to all the organizations that's doing the hard work and the hard work on the ground to make sure that we can prevent human trafficking in the city of Sacramento. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Vang. I also wanted to recognize the work of Councilmember Kaplan, who's been pulling together the stakeholders of the domestic violence partners, because that many times is one of the root starts in human trafficking here. And finally, to thank Chief Kathy Lester for giving her personal time and joining the board of the Sacramento Regional Family Justice Center to ensure that we're participating, making sure that addressing human trafficking, and particularly sex trafficking, which is modern-day slavery in Sacramento, a forefront to make sure we address that here. With that, thank you to my colleagues, and I have a resolution to present down below. Councilmember Vang, if you would join me to the member of the Family Justice. A big round of applause for the hard work every day.
Thank you. Where are we going? Yeah, absolutely.
We'll be out there.
You gonna come to that board meeting?
Yes.
It was nice to meet you.
All right, thank you very much for that important reminder and commitment to fight human trafficking. All right, we do have a second presentation, which is to recognize, the City Management Academy graduates. This is going to be presented by Jessica Davalos Prieto and Tonya Mack, who's a member of our community. So please.
So, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessica Davalos Prieto, Community Engagement Analyst in the Office of Innovation. Oh. Okay, perfect. So I'm Jessica Davalos, Community Engagement Analyst in the Office of Innovation and Economic Development. So over the course of 9 weeks, from September to early November of last year, my colleagues in the engagement team, community engagement team, and I curated the return of City Management Academy, also known as CMA, over the course of 9 weeks. Since 5 years, I should say. So Lynette Hall, Community Engagement Manager, sitting here with us today, wanted to ensure that I thank Greg Garcia and Randy Singh and myself for all their hard work to bring this program back. And she specifically wrote this in my comments, wanted me to let you all know. So city management was created back in 1995 as an opportunity for city management and community members to connect through an interactive learning experience in which instructors and residents can learn from each other. In 2023, we had the chance to bring this program back and even provide free childcare for families to make sure that they had the access to enroll in the program. We also provided dinner from local businesses to ensure that our community was fed. And we also added a civic engagement activity, which were real issues faced in several departments related to a civic engagement or community outreach issue that they faced. This project really helped foster collaboration among participants and create community-driven solutions for various departments. In conclusion, we could not have been more grateful to the 20-plus city staff, some of you all sitting here today, who facilitated a lecture about how their departments or offices operate. Most importantly, to the CMA alumni who also came and volunteered their time to review applications and facilitate sessions. Most importantly, though, we couldn't have a successful return of CMA without the commitment and passion of the 40 participants who week after week showed up to continue learning about our city government. These 40 participants here in the audience are absolutely passionate about Sacramento, and we are very grateful for the community commitment. It is now my honor to introduce to you all Tonya Mack to share about her experience in the program.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, with great joy and pride, I stand before you today not only as a member of the cohort, but also as a representative of this remarkable group of community leaders who have successfully completed the City Management Academy. This moment is a testament to our dedication, commitment, and passion for serving our diverse and vibrant community. Diversity is not just a word, it's the cornerstone of our strength and resilience. As a cohort, we embody the richness of backgrounds, cultures, and experiences that makes our community thrive. Through this diversity, we find unity and the power to effect positive change. Our community stands as a shining example of what can be achieved when individuals from various walks of life and lived experiences come together with a shared vision of progress and inclusivity. Our journey through the Academy reflects our unwavering belief in our community's potential, and we are immensely proud of our commitment to making it a better place for all. As we move forward, equipped with newfound knowledge and leadership skills, we need to remember that we are not just graduates of an academy. We are beacons of hope, catalysts for change, and the embodiment of community pride. Our dedication to addressing issues such as access to food, environmental justice, climate change, and violence reduction resonates with our shared values. I encourage each one of us to continue striving for equity and justice, to stand up for those who are marginalized, and to champion the cause of a more sustainable and peaceful future. Together, we can create a city that shines brightly as a model of inclusivity, resilience, and progress. Congratulations once again to all of us in this cohort on this outstanding achievement, and I pray that our journey ahead is filled with success and we continue to inspire our community. Thank you so much.
Are the graduates here?
Yes.
Okay, so
Can I have all of the graduates?
we need all the graduates. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Lynette, go ahead, please,
No,
please,
you're the
please.
mayor, you go ahead.
No, you're Lynette Hall. You go ahead.
I just want to ask all of the graduates to come forward for a photo, please. Thank you.
Come on. Come on forward, everybody, please.
Can I just say that was a really beautiful speech?
Lynette, John said he was going to take the picture.
Good to see ya. Thank you.
I sent you a photo. I tried to take a good one.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, say hello.
I'm about to stand back here to take this picture. Here.
Yes. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Everyone smile. Just kidding. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Cheese. Mariam, best have it. Right? Okay.
Trying to get everybody in here. Here. Here we go.
I don't know if I got it all the way.
I just asked.
I'm here.
Can former mayors join the City Management Academy? No. Okay. Future former mayor. Okay. Hey, that was great. I mean, well, it gives you a lot of faith and hope in the future of the city, doesn't it? Yeah, please go ahead, Vice Mayor. Yeah.
I don't want to belabor it because I know we have a big agenda, but I'll speak loud while we do this. I'm a graduate of the City Management Academy. I think that was 2015 or 2016. And I really do think that it sets up our future leaders, the people that are going to replace us up here, the people who are going to be on our commissions, who are going to serve all around our city. And it's a really great tool. So if you're considering doing it, I really recommend it. It's a great way to learn about every aspect of the city, who runs what department, how it works. And I certainly had a lot of thoughts about how it worked before I did this City Management Academy. I learned very quickly that I was wrong on a lot of things, but I got a lot of out of it, and it set me up for success in this role now. So highly recommend it, and congratulations to the cohort and to all of the staff for all their hard work.
That's excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Vang, of course.
Thanks, Mayor. First, I just wanted to take this time to thank city staff, Lynette, Jessica, and actually all of the guest speaker that participated in the 9-week program, right? They took time out to be really with our cohort, and really want to give a shout out to all the 40-plus participants that dedicated 9 weeks for the training. I also want to say thank you to Tonya Mack, who actually spoke on behalf of the cohort. You did a really good job. I don't know if you're still here or if you're outside, but want to give you a shout out. Thank you. You represented your class really well. And then I also just want to give a shout out to the 3 3 of the residents and business owner that came from District 8, Paula Smith, a resident, Mitch as well, who's here, Mitch Leach is here, a business owner, Zarita Thompson, a business owner. So just want to give a shout out. Very similar to what Vice Mayor Maple was saying. This program is so important because it's about building the pipeline of leaders. Although I would say many of the folks that stood up here today are already current leaders in our neighborhood, in our communities already, but this really provides them an insight about what's happening in the city. I too, before I was a council member, participated in a similar planning, similar academy, not the city management, but I did the planning academy before I was a council member, and it really provided me the tools, the language as well to really understand what was going on in the city. So just really want to say congratulations to all the participants, especially those from South Sacramento District 8. Want to give them a shout out. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Vang. What a great start to the meeting. Let us move now to the consent calendar. I should announce, I'm sorry, before we go too much farther, that at the request of the staff, item 16 is going to be continued, I believe, to the following week, correct?
Well,
or maybe.
We do not have a date certain.
Indefinite. We don't have a date yet. I apologize. Do we need a motion to continue that?
not. You can
We do not. It's
withdraw that
just
item.
plain continued without objection to a future date. All right. For anyone who's here on that item. Let's now go back to the consent calendar. Are there items that members would like to either be discussed separately or voted on separately? Councilmember Kaplan?
Thank you, Mayor. Brief comment on item 7 and 11. And then item 12, which is our core item, I'd like to have it heard at the same time as 14 because I think there might be some things that come up just in the inherent conversation
I think that's
dealing with core.
good idea. Okay, so consent calendar motion then would exclude item 12 at that time. Okay, nobody else. Do we have public testimony on the consent calendar, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, I have 7 speakers on the consent calendar. First is Maisha Bahati. Pardon me. Let me see who's not. Guy Stevenson on item 3. Ryan Misano on item 3. Guy Stevenson. Okay, I don't see Guy. Ryan Misano on item 3. Following Mr. Misano is Sunrise on item 1, 6, and 11, and then Keon Bliss on 1 and 11.
So if you could make it big as you can, if you could.
Please proceed.
Okay, COVID is what I'm up here to talk about. I know we went through this for 3 or 4 years. It's a highly controversial topic, but I don't think we got a fair shake from both sides. Elected officials, the corporations took one side, and those of us who opposed the whole agenda, we were pretty much silenced. Vaccines, there's 25 books. I have a website, masanonews.com. 25 books that show that vaccines have always been about depopulation. These books are written 50 to 100 years ago. So when we begin to look at vaccines and the effect that they've had on people, we understand that there is a distinct agenda here. When the same people pushing birth control and abortion are pushing vaccines, you don't have to be, even a blind person can tell what's going on. So I think this book actually shows it predicted COVID back in 2017. And the author said that if 5G towers were rolled out in 2019, there would be a virus. He said that in 2017. Also, if we look here, we're always told that polio and all the other diseases, measles, that vaccines got rid of them. But actually, no. They declined 90% before vaccines were introduced due to sanitation and clean water systems. So vaccines had really nothing to do with the eradication of any of those diseases. This is another good book by James Perloff called, he talked about COVID, all that was involved with it. It's called Red Pill, that's all.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Sunrise on item 1, 6, and 11.
Is this loud enough? Just making sure. Good evening, Council. I'm here with Sunrise Movement Sacramento. Trying to be quick on 3 items here. Namely, first, item 1, the quarterly climate update. This is something that only comes to this council on a quarterly basis, and so it's a little disappointing to see that this is on a consent calendar, that there's not even discussion on this item as it moves forward. Would like to see more priority given to climate efforts and discussion of them at this body. Next, item 6, the investment policy. Would love to see language safeguarding against investment in polluting institutions. Namely, I know that the city has investments in Chase Bank, the world's biggest funder of pollution. And when the public bank discussion item comes back, we'd love to see a re-envisioning of what this investment policy looks like. Item 11, the risk management report, and talking about insurance and the risks that the city takes on in operations. The staff report names, and these are quotes, police liability claims continue to be the most common type of costly claims. Another quote, that general liability claims increased significantly in fiscal year 2023 due to an influx of claims related to the January wind and rain event. What do these claims mean? What are we talking about? These are the impacts of climate disasters. These are failures to respond with adequate shelter, failure to respond with warming centers. These are deaths on our streets, whether at the hands of climate disasters and our failure to act on them, or from our police department. These are bad policy. And so my question is just, in this conversation of risk and the risk that we're choosing to take on and that insurance is looking at us that we're taking on, what is our strategy to reduce these risks? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Keon Bliss will speak on items 1 and 11.
I appreciate the comment that was just made before around the quarterly climate update. This is a global emergency of existential proportions where many of you may not be around to really experience the direct impacts of climate change or the immediate aftermath as it comes, but your children will, and your children's children will. So this actually deserves to be its own public discussion item. I know that there are a lot of important issues grappling the city that may, in the more immediate short term, but that doesn't diminish the impact of climate change as we are currently experiencing it, considering the fact that we have tens of thousands of people that are living on the streets every night, thousands of them unsheltered, and hundreds of them dying on an annual basis every single year. It deserves its own public discussion item. So I would appreciate it if the city manager and the city clerk would actually agendize this on public discussion, and the council would actually request that to be agendized as a public discussion item, because you should weigh in on this. And also to item 11, the risk management, I do also want to note that police liability claims continuing to be the most common type of costly claims. Tens of millions of dollars that we've contributed, or that we have paid out to community members based on police misconduct claims and excessive force. And that's something that I care about deeply and that we all should be really examining. And I wanted to note that what didn't seem to be an exact number of how much those claims are. It is next to impossible to find it on the city's website of how much we have actually paid out when it comes to settlements. And it doesn't seem to be active tracking by the department or the city management staff. And I would appreciate that we actually put that out, because that is a matter of public transparency and a matter relevant to our well-being.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor, I have no more speakers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would take a motion on the consent calendar with the exception of item 12.
Yeah, I have a couple comments.
Oh, you do first. That's right. I'm sorry. Item 7 and item 11. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And just briefly, those who are interested in our climate, the city is going to be discussing our climate action plan, and that is the place where we are bringing it back. So look forward to seeing your input and advice on that. Item 7, I think it deserves a call out, because this is our California for All Youth Service Corps grant application that we started last year that the city has launched, and it's working with with 15 community-based organizations. We served a total of 315 youth in underserved communities. And this is kind of an investment and workforce program. So this is really about changing lives. So thank you for the city for this application and continuing it. And then I too want to speak on item 11. This is actually a report that is really important. We just had a workshop talking about our budget. And when you read this, you look, our increase in our risk management insurance and the total cost is going up $4.796 million this year. We're facing a $50+ million budget deficit, but almost $5 million is just because of increased costs, because there is less of a insurance market for us as a public entity to choose from. But also the report really does state that the dangerous conditions of public property, police liability, and sexual molestation cases and their huge payouts are a part of the reason that our insurance costs for us as a city are going up 9.61% this year alone. Many of these things are years in the making that happened well before most of our time, but I think we need to be mindful as we look at services we have to cut. We're also, because of liability, $5 million is going out the door. That means less for services for our residents and should be called out. And I look forward to figuring out how we can do more risk assessment and lower our liability as a city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Now, would you like to make the motion?
Excluding item 12.
Thank you very much. Motion on the consent calendar excluding 12. Second by Councilmember Guerra. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oppose, abstain. The consent calendar passes. As I said a moment ago, item 16 has been continued, so we'll get right to the public hearings. And this is the administrative matter relating to the Department of Utilities development impact fee adjustments.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kelly Sherfy. I am a program specialist for the Department of Utilities. The item we are bringing before you tonight is related to the recently adopted development impact fee adjustments, more specifically the grading exemption language that was included. As our department prepared for the implementation of the fee adjustments, we have found that the exemption language related to grading was vague and led to misinterpretation from developers and staff. To find resolution to this issue, DOU met with key stakeholders to add 2 additional clauses to the original language, which provides clarity on the scope of projects the exemption was intended to apply to. DOU staff also applied the new language to current projects to confirm that active pipeline projects would still benefit from the grading exemption. The first clause added excludes grading permits and subdivision improvement plans that were submitted in the past, but the projects are no longer active. The second clause defines the specific parcels that the exemption applies to based on plans submitted with the grading permit or the subdivision improvement plan. And it defines grading as rough and final grading and excludes stockpiling. Through these efforts, we believe the proposed language provides the necessary guidelines for implementation and a clear expectation of which projects are exempt from the new fee adjustments. Myself and the team who worked on this language are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Is this clean up from
Yep.
the prior action that we took on and working it out with the business community?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, I just want to call out and say thank you to DOU staff because there was a lot of confusion and they worked very diligently with everybody, cleared things up. And Mindy, can you confirm we've got no speakers on this item?
That's correct, Councilmember.
That's a win. So if possible, I'll open and close this public hearing on the, whatever
move the item.
And move the item.
Second by Councilmember Jennings. All right, no public testimony, no questions. It's cleaned up, it's good work. And let all those in favor please say aye. Aye. Oppose, abstain. That first public hearing has now been completed. Okay, we now go, that's the only one, we go to the discussion calendar, and I would ask staff now on this one to please take items 12 and 14 together, since 12 was a consent item, but it relates to cannabis and the core program. So let's take them together, even if they have to be voted on separately, please. Who's ever presenting? Okay.
Good evening. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and start with the item that was on consent.
Identify yourself, please.
Absolutely. My
Thank
name
you.
is Davina Smith. I'm the program manager for the Office of Cannabis Management here with the City of Sacramento. So we're not going to do the PowerPoint on this item. We're going to do it on the next item that's coming. So this item, this first one, is the core item. Yeah, number 12.
Okay.
And so this item is basically intended to change the status of the core program, which was approved back in 2018 to be a 2-year pilot program, and make that a permanent program of the City of Sacramento. The goal behind this is to basically provide certainty to our core members that have concerns that maybe these benefits in the program won't be around in 6 months or a year when they're looking for them or when they need additional support. The other issue behind this is that there are grants that we're able to qualify for at the state of California because we have an equity program. If we don't have an equity program, or if the equity program looks like it's going to sunset soon, then we kind of have these issues with the state and being able to qualify for those grants. At this time, we're looking to, again, make this just a program that we run out of the Office of Cannabis Management at this point, and create it and use it like any other program in the city, working with stakeholders, having our listening sessions and our meetings to make those programmatic changes as needed. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Let's present on the other one as well, and we'll talk about it together, please.
Absolutely. So this one, we do have our PowerPoint on. And so this item here is a report back that was requested back in 2020 when the council decided to open up additional storefront permit opportunities to the core community specifically. There was quite a discussion at that time on what we should, how many permits we should be doing. And so this is our discussion to you about how things are going with the top 10 scores of the RFQ, as well as a kind of 2 key questions that we're going to be asking you about. So I've sort of framed the issue already, right? Back then in 2020, council provided a 3-year timeline for those who scored highest in the RFQ that we put out to obtain a business operating permit. One of the qualifications in that RFQ was that the operators be business ready, and the 3-year time frame was decided upon by council as the time it was needed to open and operate a business. We also want to point out that we, in our core guidelines, again approved by council, there is a goal of 50% of all cannabis businesses to be owned by core members. So to report back on that progress, as of today's date, we have 5 storefronts of the 10 that were initially offered that are open. They are operating by core participants. We have one that was opened in January of 2024, 2 in October, 1 in May, and 1 back in November of 22. Since those were opened fairly recently, we don't have a lot of good data on how they're performing, sort of what their metrics are. What we've been able to decipher from the information we have from the one that opened in November of 2022 is that it seems to be going well in its inspections. It seems to be paying its taxes in accordance with what other businesses are doing. There don't seem to be any issues or complaints that we have noticed. It seems to be doing fine. So that's a really nice kind of reassuring thing. We expect at this point that we will get similar reports from the other ones that have already opened, and we'll have more data to present at a future date if this council would like that. So of the 5 that have opened, we have now 5 that haven't opened yet, and we are in January. They have until April 1st. 4 of those have locations, have a storefront conditional use permit, and they're currently undergoing tenant improvements. Either they have a building permit, they're trying to get a certificate of occupancy saying that the building is safe for the use that's intended for it by the building division. 2 of them have pending applications for a business operating permit with my office. 1 unfortunately had a fire in the location that they had leased, and so they are starting from scratch, right? So they are looking for a location. They, last we talked to them in late December, they thought they had found one and were planning to go into an agreement to lease that premises, but they're behind the ball for sure on that one because of that fire situation. 3 of them have told us that they do anticipate needing more time beyond April 1st to become operational. So with that information, we kind of wanted to highlight for your council 2 key questions on this report. One is whether you want us to provide more time for the remaining top 10 RFQ scores to obtain their BOPs. If the answer is no, if no direction is provided, then what will happen is that those who don't have a business operating permit at the end of April 1st will no longer be able to proceed on that route. They will lose that option. We will reach out to the next highest scorers on that 2021 RFQ, try to contact them and let them know that they have the opportunity and they have 3 years to try to become operational. The second sort of key question here is whether to offer more storefront permit opportunities to core participants. So that was the reason for the report back initially back in 2020, because there was quite the conversation, as I said, about how many permits, how many permit opportunities was the right number. Some of you remember, some people thought none, some people thought, why have a cap at all? And so 10 at that time was the compromise position, and we were called to come back and see how they were doing and see if your council wanted to add additional storefront permit opportunities for core members. If no direction is provided today, then the number of storefront permits will stay at 40, and that's how we'll continue.
Do you have a recommendation?
We really kind of went back and forth a lot in my office. We support the core community. I think that we do think that there is reason to open up additional storefront opportunities, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in the presentation here. We don't have a significant, our issue with offering a recommendation at this point is that there's a significant proportion of a number of core members who don't think time should be extended. For those who are over half, think that time should not be extended. They believe that enough time has been given and that opportunity should be provided to the next one in line. Our concerns around that, we certainly understand that, are that we have people who have invested 3 years worth of time, money, energy towards opening up a business, and to have that pulled out from under them, some people, it was nothing, they couldn't have done anything else, right? And it's just sort of what happened because of, the COVID situation we've had for the last few years and other things. So we don't have a recommendation. We think that we want to make you aware of what's going on so that you guys can make that decision. In order to help you in that regard, we did get some community outreach.
Did you say that there's another presentation here? You've alluded.
I didn't finish.
Oh, finish, please.
Yes.
Okay, go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in order to provide additional information and data on this issue, we did do some significant community outreach. We sent a survey out to all core members. That was open for about 2 weeks. We sent them lots of reminders about kind of with those 2 key questions. We also sent a survey out to those top 10 scores to really kind of figure out what they wanted to do and where they were in this process. And then we scheduled interviews with those top 10 scores. We specifically wanted to talk to the 6 at that time who had not opened. We were able to speak with 5 of them and kind of get that one-on-one private conversation space to talk about what was going on and what we could do to help them through this process. So those surveys, as I said, showed that 88% of respondents do want the council to offer more storefronts permit opportunities for core participants, while 12% do not. The primary reason for people saying they didn't want to expand those opportunities were concerns over oversaturation, that those who are currently in that retail space would have their profits eaten into by the additional new storefronts that would open. The position of my office is that we think that the city of Sacramento can hold more storefront in cannabis businesses. The EPS study that was completed back in 2021 definitely showed that we were a regional exporter of cannabis. To this day, there are no other cities in the county of Sacramento, apart from Ileton, that have allowed cannabis businesses of any type. So we're not just serving the city of Sacramento, our businesses are serving Sacramento County as well as the greater region, because there are other counties and cities outside of our area that don't allow cannabis, and they're looking to us to provide that. So if you just look at the numbers for Sacramento County, that gives us one storefront dispensary for 39,000 people if we stay at 40. If we go to 45, 50, whatever number that your council might decide to do, again, we're nowhere near a saturation point. For comparison, a point of saturation, the city of Palm Springs, they have been working a lot on their concerns around saturation. They have one storefront dispensary per 7,000 residents. They are trying to position themselves as a tourism mecca for cannabis, but they have significant concerns, and I can see why with 7,000 people per storefront. You really have to rely on a constant stream of tourists to be able to make that work, and we are nowhere near that. The reasons why people want more storefront opportunities that they cited to really is to get towards that goal of 50% core ownership in the city of Sacramento, making the cannabis community here more representative of the people who were affected by the impact of the war on drugs. Creating generational wealth, and then giving back to the community and showing themselves to be role models. Some people talked about wanting to have a consumption lounge, because previously in law and legislation, we have talked about that and how that's tied to a storefront dispensary, and that's really what people want to do, and that's their dream. Others talk about wanting to create a vertically integrated business with a storefront dispensary. So those were some of the reasons behind why people wanted additional storefronts. We think that's a good idea, but we also want to respect those who think that, this is going to destroy their businesses and cut into their profit margins. Regarding the time extension on the top 10 storefront dispensaries, again, 58% of respondents said that they were not wanting council to extend that time. Again, the reasons were that enough time had been given, and it wasn't fair to the others who were waiting on that list, that 2021 RFQ list. The reason why the 42% believed that an extension should be provided was, again, lack of fairness, but this time to those who had been investing money and time, as well as support for fellow core participants, wanting to see people succeed in that area, and then just an acknowledgement that COVID made everything take longer, right? Even on our own business, we took longer sometimes because of COVID. Now, when we talk to the top 10 scorers, as I said earlier, 3 participants mentioned needing additional time, up to 12 months in particular. They did talk about the specific challenges that they had with opening by April 1st. And those kind of all related into sort of several different buckets here. So supply chain disruptions, COVID-related delays, the issues around predatory investors and predatory partners was one that was cited to a lot. And a lot of people went through 2-3 different partners trying to find someone who would let them, operate their business as a 51 or more % owner and 51% or more profit sharing. And so that took quite a bit of time. Financial barriers that cannabis businesses experience were something. You can't get a small business loan, right? You can't get a regular loan through Bank of America or any of the other businesses. So this is something that they've really kind of felt. Lack of generational wealth. Someone told me that, so the state tells me that I should just talk to my parents about getting a second mortgage on their house, but we don't own a house. No one's in my family has owned a house. And so this is a pure example of how a lack of generational wealth for our core members can impact their ability to open up within that time frame. And then finally, just it's a 2-tier system here, local and state, and the ability to navigate that and fulfill all the responsibilities just took longer and was more expensive than I think a lot of people anticipated. So some of the considerations we think are important in my office that you all consider on this is when we're talking about that 2021 RFQ, we had roughly 400 core participants and only 106 applied for that opportunity. This is an issue around, I think some people were not ready, right? You're not ready to try and open a small business. You have to be ready for that and prepare for that. We've heard from a lot of people that They want that opportunity, they want to be ready, and that's why they want the additional storefronts to be opened up for them. As I mentioned earlier, the EPS study does show that oversaturation issues are not necessarily a limiting factor for us at this time. Core ownership could get a boost up towards reaching that 50% goal if we open up additional permits. That consumption lounge consideration, if that item does go up from Long Ledge and come to council for consideration, that's something that people were very interested in, wanting to spread that opportunity to additional core members. And then, of course, it's not as if, if we say we're not going to provide additional time, that the new people that may be able to open up for those top 10, it's not like they're going to be able to open up tomorrow. We're still going to have to give them 3 years, right? It's going to take time for them to open, and they may not be able to make that 3-year time frame. So again, the summary is, 5 of the 10 have not opened, 5 have opened, which is great. And then without further direction, those 5 will lose their opportunity if they don't have a BOP on April 1st. And without further direction, the number of storefront dispensaries will remain at 40. I feel that was very doom and gloom, I'm sorry, but these are important considerations. We thought it was important for you to know and to let us know if you want us to take something back to you all on this.
Well, thank you. I know I have my point of view, but I want to hear from my colleagues and the members of the public first.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have public testimony?
Yes, Mayor, I have 10 speakers on items 12 and 14.
Good, please.
First is Angelica Sanchez, Jay Johnson, Malachi Amen. Please proceed.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Angelica Sanchez, and today I'm here as an advocate for the core retail applicants. With 8 years of experience in the cannabis industry, I can attest that securing capital and funding for cannabis is challenging. Finding a building that complies with sensitive use buffers and meets all of the local and state requirements adds another layer of difficulty. There are current challenges. These are the current challenges that core retail equity applicants are facing. As staff stated, only 5 out of the 10 social equity applicants have managed to open their storefronts, while the remaining applicants find themselves requesting extensions. It's essential to recognize that the Cannabis Social Equity Retail Program is still in its infancy, and the timeline set in 2020 does not adequately account for the intricacies and challenges that applicants would face. The complexities involved in establishing a cannabis dispensary demand a substantial investment of time, resources, money, and expertise. Unfortunately, many applicants, despite their dedication, have found themselves at a disadvantage. Granting a 1-year extension is not only a matter of fairness, it's about acknowledging the inherent difficulties with breaking ground in a new industry. An extension would level the playing field and ensure that social equity applicants have a fair chance at opening a retail storefront. By extending the deadline, the Sacramento City Council has an opportunity to demonstrate its commitment to supporting social equity initiatives and fostering a more inclusive and accessible cannabis industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Jay Johnson, Malachi Amen, and Rhonda Ernest.
Hello, Council. How's it going? I'm Jay Johnson. I'm an owner-operator here in Sacramento. I've had a non-storefront retail license since 2019. And if you guys want recommendations on what to do, you can ask me. Ask away. I'm not attached to OCM, but I am a son of Sacramento. I've been in the industry. I can tell you which way goes up, which way goes down, and which way this industry is going. This industry is on the verge of collapse at this point, and that's just not the doom and gloom. That is the actual truth about the matter. One thing that I would say as far as recommendations go, like Davina was saying, is that the purpose of the core program was to get us to 50% ownership, so it could be 50-50. We have to open up more licenses. Like she said, you guys had the EPS or OPS study? It says we have no negative impact on the neighborhoods that we're featured in. So why wouldn't we have more licenses going to these neighborhoods? Me, myself, I employ 6 people with my business. I give them a steady paying job, and they spend those dollars back into the community. We've had a lot of other conversations here today concerning climate change and everything under the sun. Well, our tax dollars go to fund a lot of these studies that you guys have. If we collapse, where does all that tax base go to? You guys have to consider that. Another thing I would say, as far as the RFQ process with the storefront, I said this last time I came and talked to you guys, I very highly recommend you guys go look at how those were graded. I got 90s across 3 judges, and I got a 67 from one other judge. Now, 3 other applicants had that happen to them as well. If it was a business readiness test, I would have had my business open in 2022. I have a building ready. I've had a license since 2019. My taxes are good with the state, the city, and the IRS. Not a lot of people can say that. And yeah, we run with a bootstrap budget, but we make it happen. So again, you guys have to open up these licenses and do not give them an extension, because a lot of us were operating under the terms that we were given, that in 3 years we would have an opportunity to come up and have our fair chance. I'm ready to go today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Malachi Amen, then Rana Ernest.
Before the clock starts, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to ask for a point of clarification on the time that we have for which item, because
2 minutes in total. We combine the
for
items.
12 and 14?
Yes, 2 minutes, Malachi. I'm sorry.
About the Brown Act here. Welcome.
Please proceed.
Go ahead.
Okay, but, all right. So I'm not prepared to talk to just have 2 minutes for both of those items. They're 2 completely separate items.
The people who went out
Please.
of the way to get elected.
Okay, excuse me. 2 minutes. Please continue and do the best that you can. Thank you. No, it's the way it is. We combine the items. It all relates to the core program. I don't want to have an argument with you about just speak.
Okay, but this is an equity issue.
We'll start the clock anew. Yes, 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. What we have is a systemic racism issue with respect to how some of the council meetings are conducted. And I do appreciate Councilmember Kaplan for taking item number 12 off of consent, because, you know, while it's good that we're moving forward with the permanence of core, there are a couple of issues with how this is being done. I'm not sure why we need to rescind the whole core ordinance. So would like to ask that the reason be stated for the public record, so that we're not changing the fundamentals of the core ordinance and not even having a discussion about it. And then there's a piece on striking out the quarterly progress reporting, which hasn't happened since core was adopted since 2018. So we get the staff challenges, but we'd like to at least see council direct staff to develop a dashboard with core stakeholders so that we can monitor how the city is doing, is meeting core policy goals. And Mr. Mayor, you proposed that the dashboard be put in place at the last Racial Equity Council or Racial Equity Committee meeting. I have 39 seconds to talk about my personal situation on the status of my storefront dispensary.
I'm happy to meet with you always to talk about.
Okay, but you're going to give council, you're going to give staff direction today on that, and I have. Okay, and they won't let me do that. So I've coagulated about $1 million to have my site completed, and now I am at risk of being an April Fool next year.
You want an extension?
I want an extension.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I think we got it.
For your comments, Rhonda Ernest.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Ernest with Natural High here in Malachi. Can he take my 2 minutes?
No,
he can't.
He can't take my 2 minutes? Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to say this. I am with Natural High. I started the program in 2021. We found a building in District 5. In October, I had both licenses by 22 of February, and I've been operational ever since. And just like Jay, I'm up, good on my license. On my taxes, and we're making it work. And I'm ready for you to add more dispensaries, because I think that I would be really good in that area too. I think that the opportunity should be 50%, and I think that we should stick to what you promised us, and that's 50% ownership. And every time I step up here, I'm gonna say it. Please remember why CORE was established. Do not change anything, just make it better. Please remember why CORE was established. We were marginalized, we were victimized by the war on drugs. I don't need to go through it. I don't need to tell you about my mother and my father, them working here. I'm telling you, please understand and remember why CORE was established. And I'm going to say that every time I'm out this podium.
Thank you for your comments. Adiola Adepi, then Zion Tatis. And then Zion.
Good evening, and thank you, Council, for hearing my story. My name is Adiola Adedipe. I am an owner-operator of manufacturing, and I am a community advocate when it comes to healing, and education when it comes to cannabis. My story started in 2016. My son was diagnosed with leukemia at the age of 2 and given 3 days to live. And through me advocating to save his life, that's how I ended up in the cannabis industry. My son is a leukemia survivor with chemotherapy and cannabis. And as we continue to do the community work, I graduated through the CORE program, went through the 18 weeks of the program, and today I am legally licensed through Share Manufacturing with Camilla. My business is in my son's name. It's called Aiden's Relief. I own 100%, and I plan to pass this business down to my son when he's older. However, I wouldn't have been able to do this without OCM, the grant support, giving a platform for me to share my story. I'm here advocating for us to keep this program, but not only to keep the program, but like Rhonda said, to remember why CORE is here. I continue to advocate to continue to show up at the summits and continue to show up at other city districts that are getting CORE qualified. And I continue to see racism within the presentations that are being presented. I'm seeing redlining. My fear is that we're gonna be here 7 years and our Black and brown community is still gonna be underprivileged, not operating, not able to have resources available to them because where the CORE program is going, it's oversaturated within itself. I'm advocating for the CORE program, but I'm also advocating that there are programs and teaching and courses that people have to graduate in order to be qualified, because right now anybody can get their hands on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Zion Tedesi, then Maisha Bahate, then Mindy Galloway.
All right, hi everyone. Thank you for having me. And of course, I've been around the CORE ever since it was established. And for me, it's not a rocket scientist, it's common sense. So we need funds, we need spaces, we need resources. We've been saying that for the past 4 years. So for me, we need licenses. So when we need license, we don't need to be limited. If the 10 dispensary, the 5 of them need renewal, why not give it to them? I need dispensary licensing as well. But I'm not gonna fight with my own community over dispensary licensing. So why not give us more opportunity? I'm ready to open tomorrow a dispensary space. I have a space ready to go. But because you guys limit us, until we are 50% of us CORE dispensary licensing, you shouldn't even be giving no licensing to nobody until all of us CORE people get some license, whether dispensary or delivery or cultivation, because we're still under 3% of us in CORE, whereas nearly over 95% of cannabis operation is by white and Asian, and we're still left behind. So the whole point is we can catch up. 3%, how are we gonna catch up with the 98% of the white people owning the cannabis industry? The whole point is so we can get into the cannabis industry, but you're stopping us from giving us the fund, the resources, the licenses that we need. We shouldn't be begging for it. We've been working for 20, 30 years here in businesses, in government and all that. So I'm just saying, it's not just give us what we need. We're here to work
Thank you
with
for your
you
comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Maisha Bahate, Mindy Galloway, then Joe Romero.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Maisha Bahati. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Crystal Nugs. We're the first Black women-owned dispensary here in Sacramento. That's an opportunity I received through the Corps. I was the fourth dispensary to open here in District 4. I am a first graduate of the cohort, the first cohort through the Corps program back in 2019. When I got into the program, I had a delivery service, and through the program, I've scaled from basically just us 4 owners working to employing almost 20 people at our dispensary. So I'm here in support of the Corps. I was speaking on item 12. I think it's really important that we are to receive opportunities. I'm a big believer in life that everyone just needs an opportunity. You know, once you get in the door, it's on you to survive, but give us an opportunity to get in the door. As someone who independently opened a dispensary, I did not have any outside funding. We had to bootstrap this project ourselves. It was very difficult. It took us all of the 3 years to do this. Very daunting, very emotional, financially, mentally draining process. And now that I'm in it, I am having to now figure out how we're going to survive the taxes. So I'm just here to say support opportunities for CORE, take what we say seriously. You know, our impact is huge in Sacramento in the cannabis industry, and we all deserve a chance. So just keep that in mind when you hear everyone's story. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mindy Galloway, Joe Romero, then Keon Bliss.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mindy Galloway. I'm the CEO of Camilla Shared Manufacturing and the Pocket Dispensary. So I've been in the cannabis world almost all my life, professionally since 2008, which is about 15 years ago. When things changed into commercial cannabis, there was nothing else I could do. Like, this was my life. This is all I knew. So I had to find a way to make it work and find a way to go through this licensing process. It is not an easy process. I've spent countless nights and stress, countless nights crying, months without paying myself because I had to pay my employees before I did. Throughout that time, the CORE program has really helped with the ability to be able to get the grants that are given through the state, the ability to have these opportunities, and the ability to now, for me, to help other CORE members. Luckily, through this process, I have 4 shared manufacturers that are fully licensed. I have another 5 going through the licensing process. It was not easy to open a dispensary. It took a lot of time. It took a lot of money. I'm independently operating that dispensary as well with no corporate backing. So I totally understand where people are and how the struggle goes. If you do consider opening more dispensaries, I would suggest doing a in-person interview also to evaluate if the people are business ready, instead of having a corporation write their plans for them and be able to get that licensing through that process without actually knowing how ready they are. And I really support, your consideration to keep the CORE program a permanent program. It does have success. It's helped me so much through this process, and I know that it will help countless others be able to do that. We are in a crisis. There is a lot of businesses closing down, not even Sacramento, throughout California, and guess who those businesses are? They are the small businesses, the craft farmers, the POC businesses, the women-owned businesses, and this is our way to keep it, within our community and to give people chances. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Joe Romero, Keon Bliss, and then Jarrett Hill.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Council, Mr. Mayor, City Manager, City Clerk, everybody in the house here tonight, City Hall. I'm representing Callie and Diamond Kanagata and Rashawn. He is a graduate of your CORE program, and we intend on applying tomorrow, this week, next week. So I'm urging the council to really take a step back, expand this program. Let's do simple math. If there's 5 that are operational, you're at 35 licenses because the other 5 are not up. So talking about demand, supply and demand, there's not 40 dispensaries. You allotted 40, but if you're only going to use 35, then you're minus 5. And including the timing. So this group just came up recently. They're core, they're going to apply, they want to apply. So we're going to get our application in before April, in case you decide to keep the same thing that you have going. But just to give you a little bit of a background, we're going to be creating jobs, construction jobs, and being a long-term partner with the city of Sacramento. There's also talks of us applying for your consumption lounge license when that happens, hopefully soon. And then also for the tax purposes, we're already in the business, and we're gonna hopefully be just long-term partners with you, but we need an extension and we need more applicants, because if you're working on an old list of applicants that can't get it done, then you need a new list of groups that can, because like this lady said, she could apply and open tomorrow, but you're going off an old list that's already been approved with these people that can't get it done. So you need a new list of people that can, and as well as people that are gonna be long-term partners within the city.
Thank
So
you for your
so much.
comments. Keon Bliss, and then Jarrett Hill is our final speaker.
You ever wonder why people show up so angry at city council all the time? It's every week, honestly. I've been watching this since 2017. The fact of the matter is, you should just look at how you treat members of the public when we try to participate. You know full well that we deserve to actually participate, and we should have a right to actually weigh in on matters such as important as the core program. But look at how much time you've restricting people to provide meaningful input on these matters that are important to the community, to the public. You can give more folks more time from the dais, Mayor. You know this for a fact, but you don't. And we know the primary motivations for combining agenda items. It's simply put to limit and restrict public participation, which sounds uncomfortable for a lot of you. I understand it. I totally get it. But we pay you to take this, and you do this 2 hours a week. It's not hard. You would actually diffuse a lot of our public anger if you just gave us more time to actually participate up here, but you don't. It's the sad reality to it. You could do differently on this right now. And the people that have been speaking up here that are directly impacted, that are trying to participate in this program, are absolutely right. This is what white supremacy looks like. White corporate-owned businesses that are dominating the industry that is intended to benefit those people that were disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. And we're still doing it. We need to actually expand this program. You need to be listening and talking with these people, and they deserve to weigh in on item 12 that's being taken off here. If you're going to make any sort of big changes, you need to actually do it with their consent, with their consultation.
No, I'm going to ask Mr. Bliss a question here. I can do. Mr. Bliss, do you favor increasing the number of dispensary permits, or do you think we should leave it at 40? What's your opinion? You're here with an opinion. What's your opinion?
What does it matter? What does it matter to me, Mayor?
I'm asking the gentleman a question. You're going to have to leave.
Whoa.
You kick anyone out, I'm going to your house right now. Don't fucking start that shit. Your wife's home alone.
I just want to ask you a question, Mayor. Let me ask you the question back.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more speaker on this agenda item.
Mr. Bliss, that's enough. Thank you.
You're not supposed to ask questions.
Jarrett Hill is our final speaker on this item.
I don't want to know.
You could give these people
Jarrett Hill is our final speaker on this item.
You remind us every week why you're a politician with a law degree and not a lawyer with a law degree.
Good evening, Council. Hot topic. My name is Jarrett Hill. I know some of you have spoken ad nauseum with some of you. Grew up and born and raised in District 2. So I'll start with item 14 first. I'm obviously one of the 10 awardees of this license. numerous challenges. Most recently, the building that we had leased caught on fire, burnt to the ground. And so that really pushed us back to almost square one. We do have a plan forward to move forward, continue moving forward. We're going to finish this thing because we're so far in now. I mean, all our chips are pushed to the middle of the table. So we can't walk away from this now. We are heavily invested, my primary partner and I. And like I said, we started off on the mission to bring this business to District 2, and then to use that as a catalyst to create other significant change in the district. And I won't get into a lot of blaming, but we know that those that have sat in that District 2 seat for the last several terms haven't necessarily stood up to what should be the representation that District 2 deserves, just like every other district in the city. So I'll leave that there until we can talk offline, or to the last gentleman's statement on 14. It would be great with the continuation of the core program that we're not limited to 2 minutes to speak in front of council or 2 minutes to meet. You guys need to be active participants in the core program, meaning like not only at these mixers, but it needs to be a forum where folks can do a town hall style session with you, not just relaying information to Davina and then back to you. You guys need to be active in that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's turn it now to the City Council. Vice Mayor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think there was one commenter, Mr. Rahman, who you had a question related to the language. Can someone from staff speak to that, if there's language that was crossed out that may not be, or?
Right. So we had an opportunity, I had Lainey Milstein, Assistant City Manager, to either amend or rescind and replace. And when we asked the advisors on how council agenda items are put together from the clerk's office and the attorney's office, the recommendation came down to rescind and replace, that it was a cleaner record. The initial reso will stand for the time that it stands, and that it is replaced by this resolution. There are spare few changes that are included in this resolution. It is specifically to free up the program to move and respond and make changes without every time having to come back to council. It did eliminate the quarterly reporting, but we do report monthly to stakeholders, and those reports are provided on our website. Sure, could we have a fancy dashboard? We could, but we can't now necessarily with staffing, and that will come eventually. So that was the reasoning why, and we changed some financial language just to make it better and more current around our current budget challenges.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I think, sometimes when, we read through things, we can have opinions about them one way or another, but it's really helpful to have that explanation. And I personally am for being more nimble as a department. We know we have a lot of challenges with our budget right now and with staffing especially. So but we do know that there are reports that are available and report outs, and always open to hear from the public if there are ways that we can do it better. I wanted to start out with, I have one of the 5 that haven't opened yet in my district, and I was able to visit with him this morning and do a tour and just learn about the situation that they're going through. I also want to thank every single person who showed up here today, who shared your personal experience with your business, whether you're open and running, whether you've gone through the process and haven't finished it yet. I personally know how difficult it is because I used to work in this industry. And I can tell you it's a challenge, and it's not just a city-specific challenge. It's a challenge all over the state of California. There's a lot of reasons for it. There's a lot of state regulations, local and beyond. But and a lot of them are good and warranted. But it does mean that it takes time. It takes time to make sure that you have all the requirements in place, that your building matches the requirements, that you're in the right zones, and so on. And that's also one of the challenges why we see some members of the community and the core members specifically having trouble getting it open on time, because it's really hard, especially to find buildings that are in the right zone, the right space, to be able to afford them when you can't qualify for a normal bank loan, because that's not available to this industry. And so I personally would like to advocate to my colleagues and to the community that we extend the deadline. I think that these business owners have put in a lot of money and time. But I also want to acknowledge the frustration that some other people feel being on the list. When you know that you're next in line and you could be someone to get that license next, it's got to really feel terrible. And so I don't know where my colleagues land on this issue, but I'm, personally supportive of opening up more licenses as well. I think that there's not a lot of other things, if any, that we artificially restrict the number of permits. And by doing so, we create a market where they're really, really sought after. And I don't know if that's what's necessarily best for this industry. I think that with other things, like if Starbucks wanted to come in here and open up 8,000 coffee shops, they wouldn't. And the reason why is because the market wouldn't allow it. And so I think we need to allow the market to decide too, and specifically give core applicants that first opportunity to have some of those licenses. That's my personal opinion. And so I'll hear from the rest of my colleagues here, but I definitely support extending the deadline. I would be ashamed if some of, like at least one person who's in my district who put in 3 years of work and $1 million+ just to see that opportunity go away. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, thank you to Mindy and all of our city staff here who have been involved. There's been so many iterations in getting us where we are today. And first, I want to actually give a personal thank you to Malachi Amand here, who if I recall, this is, time flies. We had a contentious meeting, and it led to our first meeting with former Councilmember Jay Chenier to discuss the concept of a core program before we actually came up with the core name. And it was a small group of us, but at least the framework. And so I haven't forgot about that meeting and where we are today. And obviously some of those points that have come up are of concern today. So let me start off by saying I'm going to try to help us move us along here, Mr. Mayor, since we do have item 12 and item 13 here. So I'm going to move item 12 and also give it with staff direction to extend the April 1st deadline. I do think that folks it has been a challenging.
Sorry, Councilmember Guerra, that's confusing the two items.
It is, but I could still give them direction. Either way, I'm giving staff direction. Is it council? Is there a challenge with that?
As city, do we have to take each item separately on its
The
own
one's a
merit?
receive and file.
No, it's consent and discussion.
We need a motion and an approval on item 12, and we need direction on item 14, but we need a majority of the council direction on 14.
We understand. So it is appropriate, I think, for Councilmember Guerra to move 12 and have its motion include direction on 14. So I think that's appropriate.
Thank you very much for that.
Because it's not a vote on 14, it's just direction we can approve or not.
So let me continue on this. I do think extending the time, because it has been, would be between the cost of construction, the supply chain issues, the day-to-day things of just getting drywall for some of these facilities have been, those are not even, let alone the complexities of the bureaucracy of dealing with the state agencies on this. And I think that has been a bigger challenge. And I hope that, on our advocacy side, Mr. City Manager, if we can also implore on our advocacy team to push on the state side to simplify their bureaucracy, because I think many times they're the bigger hurdle than us. So I want to make sure that we address that. So number one, move item 12 with the extension on that. The second piece, I think Mr. Johnson and Ms. Galloway mentioned a good point. I think the interview process, I think we should relook at that. And I'm open, and I was the one that did not want expansion of 10 new dispensaries because of the staff process. And here we are, here we are, and I don't want to say I told you so, but the amount of staff time to review to make sure that we have people prepared to be successful I think has put us in that spot. So I'm open to give direction to have staff look at expanding, but in a smaller number where we have the staff capacity to be able to review applicants to see if they're prepared and ready to go. So I think for me that and I don't want to say it's 3 or 5 or 1. I think staff should look at where we are in our capacity to be able to expand and how many could we review to be able to see these core applicants are ready to go. And then finally, the only change I will make to the staff recommendation here is on the quarterly report side. I'd like to make sure we put back the quarterly reports, But as the city manager mentioned earlier in our first council meeting at 1 o'clock, we may need to change the level of service of what we can do. So let's add that quarterly reporting as part of that overall conversation to make sure that if we have to reduce our type of reporting for staff support, but I don't think right now we should change that aspect. Let's bring that back when we're looking at all of our other reports. Okay? With that, I'll make that motion. I guess the big 3 points is number one, make the program permanent so we can access state funding. Number two, extend the April 1st timeline. I'll ask staff to come back with.
For how long?
We'll ask them to come back with a direction on what's appropriate.
1 year, I think, is their suggestion.
1 year. 1 year is fine, and then have staff come back with, what is a manageable staff time to be able to secure an expansion of the available permits, and then keep the quarterly reporting. So, with that's my motion, Mr. Mayor.
That's a motion.
And I'll second.
That's seconded by Vice Mayor Maple. Okay, let's now hear from the members. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Yeah, thank you. I will support the motion on item 12 for a 1-year extension. I think it just makes sense, and folks are putting in a good effort, and so I want to definitely meet them. And I appreciate staff in the report, you outlining the fact that there's been significant investment already from most of these folks, so to stop when they're so close feels really cruel. I'm also in favor of opening up to additional permits. I have to say I agree. For me, when I was reading the staff report and remembering that the RFP process was before I was on the council, like more than 3 years ago, it was like, wow, a lot's probably changed in those applications since then, and new people have come in, and so I'm definitely open to hearing about a different process for how we can evaluate who's ready, because I do appreciate what the core stakeholders are saying. It was our first time. You always learn a lot on your first time, and I think like readiness should be one of our key indicators. Do they already have a delivery business? Have they been doing other things so that we know that these are folks who are ready to take the next step and not folks who are going to be starting way, way back behind other folks who've been working really hard for a while. I do want to say, though, when we bring this back, can we please talk about zoning changes? I know that this is not new to staff. When this EPS report was first presented to Law and Ledge in May 2022, we said, let's look at zoning because it really rebutted a lot of the assumptions that were made in zoning restrictions back when we first created that. It's one of the great restrictions on core permit holders is like, how do you find a space when you can't be near a light rail, when you can't be near this, when you can't be near that? And I think that there's some really common sense changes, and I know it takes a while and the Planning Commission has a lot on their plate, but like most of this council has changed since then. And it would be great, I think, if we could bring back something to start, even just to discuss, this is what we want to be brought back, and like bring it back on a future item. I just want to see that part go because I appreciate that that's part of the restriction. And honestly, that's part of the concern when it comes to oversaturation. Like the folks I'm talking to aren't necessarily talking about market-wide, citywide. What they're concerned with is like if there's 3 dispensaries in the same like square mile, like they're kind of feel like they're competing against each other, even if that's a perception of competition. So if we opened up a little bit more space where they could have it. Like I have people who are sitting in commercial zone areas that are just the wrong number commercial zone. It's like 2 instead of 3 or something, and so they can't do it. And I just think that's silly. So I would love to see that come back if we can around the same time. I appreciate, Lainey, you want to chime in. It's just for me, it has been almost 2 years. It'll be almost 2 years by the time this comes back, and I would love to see some of that move forward, even if it's just the initial step.
Right. I think what we can do is when we come back with whatever we bring back on additional dispensaries, whatever that looks like, an update on the zoning changes. And I saw Tom looking intently at you while you were speaking, and so I know that the CDD team and the planning team are going to look into what's our timeline and where we're at on this.
Yeah, I would really appreciate that because it's been languishing for a while, and I know my colleagues that have been on Law and Ledge, we need to do this. We've been saying it for months, and it's time for us to make those changes so we can make it realistic for the next round of core folks to be able to open spaces that make sense. And so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you, Mayor. So I specifically wanted to take item 12 off of consent because I think we need to have, while we might hear about it when I was on Law and Ledge, I think as a council, we need to have the opportunity to talk about it as well as give the community, because sometimes when Law and Ledge meets, it's during the day and they may be working, and we need other opportunities to have their voice heard. So on item 12, I just want to make it very clear with the action item. Currently before is to extend this item permanently and get rid of it? Because before, it was a 2-year pilot program that the city council just extended, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So I'm not exactly sure, Councilmember Guerra, if your motion was to extend it indefinitely, and then I also heard Councilmember Valenzuela say 1 year. So I just want to clear it up, because my one concern I had with the indefinite is sometimes the oversight goes away, and I'm a big believer in oversight and accountability. So I'm cool with like I like the core program. I want the core program to exist. But when I say sunset, I think it should be, we should extend it for 5 years, still require a yearly report back, and like the climate action report, a quarterly thing on consent, so that we have the accountability and there is options for the community to see that transparency and give us feedback. I don't know if we're aligned or not aligned on that.
I think we've miscommunicated each other. So the motion is to make the core program permanent. The 1 year extension of the April 1st deadline is for the applicants who have applied to meet that deadline. We're allowing those 5 applicants basically another year.
Yeah,
So
14. I'm not on 14. Yeah, I'm there with you on that one. But on item 12, my big concern is we're hearing from our community and the core community their concerns. There's concerns with the core program. My concern is if we permanently deliver it to staff, which then removes it about coming to us and some accountability, there might be continued issues in the core program that we're not solving.
Councilmember Kaplan, that's why I also requested that the motion not remove the quarterly reporting that comes to us.
But they haven't been doing the quarterly reporting.
We actually do it monthly. And so, and we can formalize that and send it to council, and we can do it then quarterly, or we will continue monthly, and it will always be posted on our website. We will work on creating a dashboard. I had a conversation with Malachi about our capacity to do that and when we could potentially bring that online. And then we can provide a quarterly report in a memo form to council if that's how we would like to have it, which is often how we follow up regularly on programs.
I think what would be helpful and what I'm hearing is what you would like more is of a public hearing rather than just a report that gets submitted to us.
Maybe once a year, just
Yes.
an update like we're doing here on the core, so that gives the community a chance. If we don't have the time, they have the time to come to us and say, we need to look at the core program, then we can dig in. If there seems to be miscommunication, that is something that. Okay, so then I'm cool with 12, the extension, as long as we have like a public hearing or an opportunity for feedback on the core program and what we could potentially do. So that's item 12. And what you said in item 12 was that we're going to reengage the core community to change the incubator classification, provide more networking, more listening sessions, and continue education with Los Rios. One of the big things is with our core community is they're our core community. We're supposed to help them. What can we do in providing a streamlined process that if they are going to open up a storefront or manufacturing or delivery, that they understand the check process, the checkoff. What do we need to do? Because most of these people haven't created businesses. If you have one, great. If they're not understanding it, then how do we bridge that divide to make it better? Where I'm coming from. And so I hope we can follow up and make the process better, because I think we need core to go where we intend it to be. On item, let there be light. We sat too long. Wave your hands. I don't know.
Somebody may be leaning against the light over there accidentally. Is somebody?
Ephraim, can you run to the back? Thank you.
There we go. Okay.
No, never a dull day. So on item 14 with the storefront, I can still talk in the dark. Permitting process, I'm in agreement with the motion and my fellow council members. Those who are part of the 10 should be given an extension, and maybe it's a 6-month check-in Where are they? How are they doing? Give them that year, because it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to get to that spot. And I'm also thinking we need to potentially take a step back. When Mother Nature and natural disaster happens, the hardest process is finding the appropriate storefront place. Sir, I forgot your name, I'm sorry, from District 2, who did have the fire. That is extraordinary. I mean, it truly is. The hardest part is finding a place if they need longer than a year. I trust you to work with them, but I am open on something where Mother Nature natural disaster happens to have them do in 1 year what we've given people 3 years. I hope you could do it faster, but I think that's a leeway on natural disaster. We should give them. I am open to more storefronts, but I think one of the things we're missing that I would like to see before I say yes, I don't think the lottery process did a service here in the city.
If I can, we didn't do a lottery process the last time. What we did was a request for qualifications, and I will state right now, I don't ever want to engage in that process ever again, because it's not that it was time consuming, but assembling the panel who were the reviewers, keeping the panel independent and separate from this entirety was very, very difficult. And I will say on staff, it wasn't staff, it was me. I was the only person who had any knowledge of who was reviewing and that process. But I do believe what we can do is create criteria. And so I think it was Councilmember Valenzuela who used the word readiness, ways to assess readiness, and then use some type of lottery. Because I don't want there to have to be a rating or a ranking or it is open to too many claims of variability and subjectivity. And I want to take that out of the calculus or the opportunity for people to be upset that it was based on something that, they couldn't quite put their hands on. I want it to be very clear that there are criteria and markers of readiness, and if you meet all of those things, then you get a chance just like everybody else. And have that's the type of process that we're going to bring back, which I think will be relatively quick. And less work for staff, so maybe more opportunity for permits, but let us take that back and look at it. But I didn't want you to think we did a lottery, because that's not what we did last time.
So it was, I think, where I got confused, RFQ lottery. Whatever you had done, I didn't want to do again.
No, thank you.
Because I had heard just the process. And for me, before I say yes on more, I want to see a thoughtful process come back, but also having, be it an online Zoom or stakeholder feedback. If we're looking to expand the core permits, I'd rather ask those in the industry what is their thought process to do that versus us telling them, because their voice is important. So, and then I know our core program just started, and for me, data is important, and we don't quite have enough data because many are less than a year old. But I'm curious, why did it take so long? What barriers were there? How can we help eliminate the barriers? Was it understanding zoning or permitting? Did it get stuck somewhere? Was it because of the limitations on investment? Do we need to do a better job as we are looking at creating the core program of helping them understand what it is to open a business and prepare for paying taxes and that additional help? Because I have heard from numerous people that 3 years seems like a long time, but the amount of barriers and the delays, partly caused that. So I hope I'm consistent with where we are, and thank you for allowing the dialogue and feedback on item 12.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll keep it brief. One of my colleagues answer some of the questions that I have. And Lainey, thank you so much. I am supportive of extending the deadline for the small business owners that are in the process. I just think it's fair, and they've invested a lot of money into it. But I also feel bad for the people that are in line and are ready. So I would be supportive of extending the number of storefronts to 50, so an increase by 10. But no more than that. No more than that, because I just still feel like it's such a new industry in Sacramento, and our staff capacity and just short staffing, I just want to be careful and make sure that we do it right this time. So before we do that, and that's my direction for item 14. I just want to make sure that the RFQ process is just up to date with our lessons learned throughout the years, and just make sure that we have a fair process that people feel happy with. So that's it.
Thank you. I'll make a couple of comments. I know sometimes it's a little rough, but I think everybody is being heard tonight and has been heard for a long time on the CORE program. And yes, I know I've been to community events with CORE graduations. I know my colleagues have, and we are very engaged and responsive here. And to my friend, Mr. Amen, I know your central point, give everybody a fair chance. And I think the action tonight is going to reflect your long-held commitment to doing just that. We should extend, absolutely, people who are working hard and made investments and on the edge of success. Well, what are we going to cut people off artificially? That's not the Sacramento way. A year, that's great. And then on the issue of extending the number of dispensaries, philosophically, I completely agree with Councilmember Talamantes that we should do that, more opportunity, especially for people who have been waiting. The only, and thank you. I have two concerns. One is that in the way that Councilmember Guetta's motion was phrased, and I in support of the motion, I want to make sure that if we are going to extend by 10, for example, that this comes back quickly, because if many months go by or a year and we haven't taken that action, that's that much of a greater delay for those who maybe have the capital or are ready to go. So I just worry a little bit about the process. I would almost prefer that the direction be 10, and I know that was one member's number, and I think it sounds reasonable. But if that can't be done tonight, or not appropriately done tonight because it's not an action item, that part of it, let's get back here and allow us please to make that decision quickly, okay? The second thing is, and this is, I just want to put this out there, I guess, when we talk about this, is the economics of all of this, because I know there's a parallel discussion at Lawn Ledge and before the City Council in workshop form about how many cannabis businesses in Sacramento are struggling. And so if we are, and I know that's the tax issue, but if we're expanding, which we want to give more opportunity, and I think as Ms. Smith said that, or somebody said the market is not yet saturated, how does that relate to the challenges and the difficulties that existing cannabis businesses are having making it in Sacramento? And are we setting up the new applicants, the core applicants, for failure because of the state of the market? Of course, everybody can make their own decisions and choice with eyes wide open and decide what they want to do. But that's the only thing I'm totally philosophically for expanding the number of core applicants that get into this market right on. But what about the market conditions?
Yeah, so I think there's two different things at work here. One is the idea of how many businesses are enough for a particular area. Somebody earlier used the idea of 50 Starbucks, right? We all know there's 1 million Starbucks, it seems like, all over the city and other places. And the idea of oversaturation is how many Starbucks are you going to have where, none of them can make a profit because everyone's sort of so dilute, right? The amount of money that people are going to spend on coffee in that particular region is finite, and the more Starbucks you have, the less money is going to each one, right? I think we all kind of understand how that works. The other issue comes around just our economy right now, right? People are spending less. What we've heard from around the state from our colleagues in other jurisdictions is that people are coming in and maybe they used to spend $150 per order on cannabis, and now they're spending $80 per order on cannabis. Just like people, when we go to the grocery stores, maybe used to buy steak, now you're buying chicken. Maybe used to buy, something fancy, now you're buying something, store brand. And so those are sort of the economics at play right now. In the next few years, if we open up additional opportunities, that may still be in place. It may be worse. it may be better, right? So those are sort of those market fluctuations that you can't really count on. I think when we think about how many cannabis businesses, how many cannabis retailers can our region hold, I think the bigger issues about how many that can hold are things like, will the county of Sacramento start permitting cannabis businesses? That would have a big influence on how many businesses that we could have here and that could sort of support our region. So I think those are sort of those different things that we are looking at and analyzing, and that we want to talk about with you if the direction is to come back with you with more permit opportunities for core members for storefronts. Does it look like 5, 10, maybe 5 this year, maybe 5 next year to kind of do this slower rollout?
We need that, and I asked earlier, what's your recommendation? I do think that's important because we rely on you for the expertise. And, we can throw a number out sort of randomly, but your guidance on what the number would be and how to do that would be appreciated. Vice Mayor Maple?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Davina, for your analysis about the market. And I don't know, it's just something I would really caution us as government against our own, opining over the market situations of an industry and then artificially restricting the number of opportunities that are available in that industry because of our own interpretation of the market. We don't do that with anything else. We don't. There's not a single thing that we do that for, with the exception of alcohol, and that's not local, that's ABC at the state level. So I understand the reasons why we got here, which is a lot of what I like to call fear-based policymaking around many, many, many years ago. Sacramento was the first city, one of the first cities in the state to do this before Prop 64 passed at the state level. And so, I think there was a lot of unknowns. But now that we're here and we understand what it is, we understand who these operators are, we have mechanisms for ensuring that we're getting good operators that are doing the right thing. I'm personally not comfortable having us be the ones that are artificially restricting it and making it, which it already is that way, and continuing on that practice doesn't feel right to me. But I just wanted to put that out there. But I do think that your analysis is right about it. And I think, allowing the market to tell us, like we do with every other business, what it can bear is probably, for me, the right path.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan, then we'll vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question, process, because
Sorry, not on purpose.
we went through the process. We opened the top 10. There are people who were 11, 12, and 13, who have been 14, 15, and so on, that have been waiting and potentially doing things that would get them ready to open their storefront. As you come back to us, I want to hear your thoughts and recommendations, because they have also been spending time with that 3-year process, where I think it's important, as you look at if we were to open more, that those that already went through the process in the RFP, you would already find in the interview that they have a leg up. But I would like to see, because it should be, if we're extending it, who can open, and 11, 12, 13, and 14 have been putting a lot of time in and could potentially open. So I don't want to outright just say we dismiss and everybody has to start from the ground up. So I'm curious as to, when you talk to the industry and come back to us, what are the thoughts that they give to you? Because I don't think it's for us to say what should happen. I think the industry has a lot of opinions, and their opinions matter, and I want to hear what they have to say on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. If I may, Councilmember Kaplan, when that RFQ was rolled out, the specific direction around it was that it was going to be for the 10 permits that were made available. So if there were, if someone dropped out, if someone wasn't available, then that would go then to number 11. I think the specific understanding was that was for those 10. And if additional permits outside of those 10 came available, either through council opening up more or attrition through current dispensary ownerships, that would be a new process and a new list. One of the things that we're finding, and I think your chief of staff certainly has seen that on some of the emails that have gone around recently around some of the permits, is that things that people wrote and what they were ready for back in 2020, 2021, when they were preparing their responses for that RFQ, are not necessarily where they are now. As I said earlier in the presentation, people are 3-4 investors out, and those are for people who have been actively working. For those who were number 11, 12, 13, I personally have not heard, and I have not been told by anyone that they have leased a property, that they have done anything really in expectation that they're going to be taking any of those slots of those top 10.
Well,
so I think
number 12, 13, 11, 12, 13, please get a hold of Ms. Smith and let her know your status, because I know you're out there.
Okay, if I may say one other thing.
So
when Davina gave her presentation and we looked at the 21 RFQ, of the 400 core participants at that time, only 106 participated. So only about a quarter. And those folks who are participating in the program, and we've added new people to the program, didn't have a chance to participate in this. And if we're going to add 10 additional permits, one of the thoughts is that those be available to the people who may now be the other 75% who weren't ready to say, I'm ready, but now are ready, or the people who have come onto the program since 2021. So we're going to look at all of that and bring something back to you, but something that's, fair to the new people or people who weren't quite ready in 2021.
Okay. Thank you. We have a motion and a second and a thorough discussion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained, the motion passes 8-0 unanimously. And that addresses items 12 and 14. We now move to item 15, and that is the city auditor's baseline funding calculation for the Sacramento Children's Fund. Sarbury?
All right. Good evening, Mayor Sandberg and members of the City Council. I'm Farishta Arari, the Assistant City Auditor. The recommendation that is before you is to receive and file the City Auditor's report on the baseline funding calculation for the Sacramento Children's Fund. Sure.
Allow people some time. Just give folks some time to. Everybody who's in the audience, if you guys don't mind taking the conversations outside, just because we have some more business to conduct, please. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
All right. So a little bit background. As you know, the Sacramento Children's Fund, or Measure L, was passed by voters in November 2022. The Children's Fund was created to support the youth in Sacramento and provide a consistent source of funding for youth programming. Annual funding is financed by allocating an amount equal to at least 40% of the annual cannabis business operations tax, or CBOT. Particularly relevant to this project is the maintenance of effort section of the measure that states the fund does not supplant or replace baseline funding. Each annual budget must include the baseline amount as verified by our office, in addition to the amount annually allocated from CBOT. Some key definitions as they relate to the project are identified on this slide. The baseline funding refers to the amount of unrestricted general fund revenue expended on baseline services in fiscal year 23. Baseline services refer to services provided to youth that are designed to meet the same objectives as the Children's Fund's goals. And then the fund goals are the overarching objectives set out by the Children's Fund. To summarize, they relate to supporting mental and emotional wellness of youth, preventing and reducing homelessness, substance use and violence among youth, and supporting the healthy development of children ages 0 to 5. So the city auditor has specific responsibilities related to the measure. They generally relate to the calculation and verification of financial aspects of the fund. More specifically, the city auditor is responsible for calculating and publishing the baseline funding amount by December 31st, 2023, which is this report. And then annually, beginning in 2025, the city auditor will verify the baseline funding amount was spent in the previous fiscal year. The measure states that in any year that the baseline services expenditures fall below the baseline funding amount, The difference between the expended and baseline funding amount shall be added to the succeeding fiscal year budget as a one-time addition to fund baseline services. In addition, the measure allows the baseline funding amount to be reduced in any year during which general fund revenue support for operational departments is reduced, and that the percentage reduction in baseline funding cannot exceed the percentage reduction of general fund revenue support to operational departments. And finally, starting in January 2025, the city auditor is responsible for publishing an audited figure for CBOT for the prior fiscal year. If 40% of the audited amount is greater than the amount that was allocated in the budget to the Sacramento Children's Fund in the prior fiscal year, the difference shall be added to the amount required to be allocated to the next fiscal year. And if it is less than the amount allocated, the difference shall be deducted from the amount required to be allocated the next fiscal year. So this slide describes at a high level the process that we took to calculate the baseline funding amount. To begin to understand the youth programming landscape for City of Sacramento, we reviewed a program budget analysis to identify youth programs. And then shortly thereafter, we established communications with departments that we understood had significant youth programming, such as Youth Parks and Community Enrichment, Office of Youth Development, and the Police and Fire Department. And then we decided to administer a citywide survey to all departments and offices inquiring about youth programs. This yielded the bulk of our information about existing programs. We also performed data analysis over the city's financial system to identify programs that may not have been captured in the survey process. And then we got to work retrieving the financial data from the city's financial system for the identified programs, and we worked with the finance department to ensure our financial data was accurate and complete. And then lastly, a critical component of our work was our ongoing communication with the city attorney's office to ensure that our approach was consistent with Measure L from a legal perspective. So this slide provides a general insight into our approach for analyzing the programs for compliance with Measure L. When we identified city expenditures for youth programs, we ensured that they were from fiscal year 2023 and they were made with unrestricted general fund or Measure U revenue. And then we took the expenditure amounts net of program revenues and aligned them with one or more of the fund goals. And we also made sure to understand the kinds of services that were being provided and to which age groups, because Measure L identifies youth as anybody under the age of 25. And then finally, we confirmed that the expenditures were not from a category that was specifically prohibited by Measure L. We thought it was important to include some issues that we encountered when identifying and tracking youth expenditures. First, in some cases, we determined the most appropriate approach for determining youth expenditures was relying on management's estimates. Management's estimates were particularly important when attempting to determine the appropriate allocation for partial youth programs. And then also, as we got into the work of identifying the youth expenditures, we quickly realized that the city currently does not have a uniform method for tracking youth-related expenditures. And that's understandable since the measure just passed in November 2022, and then we were looking into the same fiscal year. As we go forward, a standardized approach for tracking these types of expenditures would offer savings in terms of city resources and enabling more accurate identification of the youth expenditures for baseline funding verification in future years. All right, and so this slide provides a summary of the youth program expenditures included as baseline funding. You can see it totals $22.9 million. It's important to note that this table doesn't summarize all of the city's youth program costs for fiscal year 2023. Rather, these are the amounts that actually qualified as baseline funding per Measure L. And also, our report goes into greater detail for all the programs that were included in these figures with program descriptions and comments on how program expenditures qualified as baseline funding. And as you can see, YPSI consisted of almost half of the baseline at $10.8 million, followed by Office of Youth Development at $4.2 million, and then Department of Community Response, Fire Department, Police Department, and Office of Violence Prevention. In total, we considered $50 million and excluded $27.1 million, and I'll describe those in more detail in the next slide. But I also want to point out that the city still has the discretion on how the baseline funding amount is met in the future years, and this report does not mean that these programs or the amount spent on each of these different programs is set. The city is only required to meet the total baseline funding amount citywide. So programs could be cut or expanded, or new programs could be created in the future as the needs of the city change. And then, so we also wanted to highlight the reasons that program expenditures were excluded from the baseline funding amount. In the report, Appendix A includes a full listing of program amounts that were considered but excluded. A common reason for excluding amounts was due to a partial youth program. As mentioned before, Measure L defines youth as individuals aged 0 to 24, and many programs served a greater population. So the excluded amounts were attributable to non-youth age populations. We also excluded amounts because they were from ineligible funding sources, and many youth programs operating in the city are funded through external parties, such as state grants. And some expenditures were excluded because they were prohibited capital costs that didn't meet Measure L's criteria of being for the primary and direct use by youth. And then finally, we identified programs that the city funded through general operating agreements or grants for general operational support. And when we reviewed the agreements, we were unable to identify any provisions for youth services. And as such, we were unable to qualify them as baseline funding. This concludes my presentation. We'd like to thank all the departments and offices that helped us compile this information. In particular, we'd like to thank the Attorney's Office for their assistance and guidance during this process, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Thank you for the thorough presentation. Councilmember Vang.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have just a few comments and then just one question, because I know we had the opportunity to also discuss this in budget and audit as well, but just wanted to do a follow-up question. First, Farisha, I just want to say thank you to you and the auditor's office, all the staff that worked really hard to develop the baseline. It was a lot of work. I read the audit report, and it was very, very detailed, and I know it took many hours to comb through all of the youth services in the city of Sacramento, so just really want to give kudos to you and the team. And then something I just also want to reiterate, the intent of the measure when the supporters wrote it was really to ensure that the reason why a baseline was necessary is because we want to have the highest level of dollars preserved for young people in the city, and the only way to do that is actually track the current youth programmings that are happening right now in the city of Sacramento. And so I really appreciate the thorough support, the thorough work on that. I know earlier today we had a presentation from our fierce leader from YPC, Jackie Beecham, kind of talking about our youth programming. And something I just want to, share with my colleagues and the public as well is that I really believe that the Sacramento Children's Fund is really an opportunity for us to hit the reset button to ensure quality programming, not just run by the city, but all city youth programming. I think it's important for us because I think we need to remove programs that don't have good outcomes, right? We could be doing a youth programming, but it's not a good outcome. And so if it's not a good outcome, we should reallocate those dollars to other youth programming that's working. I think something that really spoke to me during the presentation is that when you all did the audit, it was shared that we actually don't have a uniform way of tracking youth-related expenses within the city of Sacramento, so I know that was a lot of work. And so I actually just do, because that was one of the recommendation that the city auditor had, and so I do have a question for the city manager and just our finance folks is that, what are we currently doing now, given that we have Measure L and the Sacramento Children's Fund, what can we do differently to make sure that we have a uniform way of actually tracking this, right? Because I think the city auditor did a lot of work working with departments to gather which program, the dollars, but I think given that this is something they have to constantly track, we have to make sure that we actually have a system in place because one of the recommendations is that we don't have that. We don't have a standard way. And so that's a follow-up question that I just have, like, what are we going to put in place to ensure that that happens?
Sure. I mean, this was a lot of work for all the departments, for, the auditor's office to pull this and compile this information. And so the systems we put in place to track it was somewhat manual. It's still a work in progress. And so it is absolutely something we're going to have to track and use the same methodology in order to compare year over year. What systems we're going to have in place, I don't have an answer for that at this point. I can work with our staff, but you can be sure that that is absolutely the goal, is to make sure that we can compare year over year with the same methodology, and we'll be working with the auditor's office to make sure that happens.
Thanks. Thank you, City Manager. I appreciate that. I just know that since that was one of the recommendations, want to make sure moving forward that whether that's manual, figuring out a streamlined process, that's going to be really important. So it is less work on city staff when we have to do another check of the baseline again. So I appreciate that city staff's going to work on that and figure out the best system for that. And then lastly, I'm just really excited for this work to get moving. I want to thank our city clerk, Mindy. She's been working really hard to onboard our commission oversight, and really looking for, I actually believe, like, after we approve this item, I believe it's going to go to the commission. Correct?
Yeah, we're scheduled to present to the commission on February 1st.
Okay, great. So thank you so much for your hard work, really thorough audit, and really excited for us to move forward on this work. So thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Maple, for running the hearing here. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Kaplan. Go right ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate you taking the time to brief my staff and I prior to this so I could digest everything, but want to have a little bit of a dialogue with you to make sure, like, we on the council know how confusing this is and what the auditor has to do and how it relates to our budget. So when are you, I know we had 1st December, but when are you supposed to come back to council for baseline discussion?
So going forward, January 15th of starting 2025 and every year after that, we'll have to come back and confirm that the baseline amount was spent in the prior year. So the one that we'll be coming back to on January 15, 2025 is going to be about fiscal year 2024.
So that's where Councilmember Vang talking about a process is going to be needed. Because when do you close your books?
Well, the city, I think, usually closes the books around October-ish, and Lainey can help me if that's...
December and verification that comes
Right.
to us, which then doesn't give you a lot of time to go through and audit appropriately to then come in January. So I just want to be, we as staff, or we as council, mindful of the short turnaround staff has, and the more we can have processes in place within our departments, the less mistakes and the easier it'll be to make sure that we're not missing on something, because that's something you and I talked about, and I went, oh, that's like, it's not setting up for success, it's setting up for mistakes. So I want grace to be given if mistakes are made, because there isn't a lot of time, but we need to set up those processes. You know, for Measure L, it's hard because we do need to concentrate on our youth and look at what we're doing with our youth. But one of the questions I had is, because we are facing a budget deficit, what happens when we cut in the city of Sacramento to the baseline?
So the baseline can be reduced by the same percentage that the general operational support provided from the general fund is cut for other departments.
So it's the same percentage. Let's just say if 10% is cut, then the baseline would be reduced by 10%.
Yes.
If our city budget grows, what happens to the baseline?
There's no provision in the measure on growing the baseline or adding any sort of COLA adjustment. So it's going to be 22.9 million.
So the baseline is black, it's set, it's unless we have a budget deficit, but it'll never go above 22.9.
No.
Did I have that number? 22.9. Yes. And then some people don't quite understand, so I want to say it again. What is the exact purpose of the baseline funding? Because we're talking about Measure L, and it's 40%, up to 40% of our cannabis funding. What is the purpose, and why are you, as the auditor, presenting this to us of creating the baseline funding?
Sure. So the baseline funding is to make sure that the city does not use the new children's fund money, which is 40% of CBOT, for existing programs or things like that we were already spending money on. So that's why we established this baseline of 22.9 million in fiscal year 23. That's what we were spending money on that met the fund goals of the program. And then so the 40% of CBOT that's spent annually is in addition to that amount that we were already spending.
Thank you, I appreciate that, because it can get very confusing of what are we doing establishing a baseline when 40% is just to go to Measure L. I would just want to echo my colleague that we set up processes, but I think also what's really important is that in developing those processes, we know what programs are working and not, and we don't just throw money in creating things, but we actually see where we're going. But that's not you, but we might ask you in the future to audit that.
I was going to say that's not part of the measure, but
we might ask you to audit that.
Sure.
So I am good with the baseline funding. I'll make a motion to approve.
Before I,
Oh, we're not?
This
We're-
item is receive
Just
and
receive
file.
it's receive and file. So it's a motion to receive and file.
Motion to receive and file.
The city manager had a comment, and I'll turn it over to the vice mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Councilmember Kaplan, I think the issue you just discussed is we're not going to, under the measure language itself, there's a no supplantation. That's really what the baseline is for, and fluctuates with the cannabis, BOT. Now, the other question you asked earlier, I didn't have the answer to, but it varies on when we close our books and when we have all the projections in, and so there is a short timeline. I asked Laney to speak to when do we close our books generally? I mean, it's not precise because it fluctuates.
November, December.
Yeah.
That was my reason of the grace of you guys are hurrying to close. You got to figure it out and look at how we spent all the money, and that's where process is really important to make it more streamlined.
Right, and we're going to work with the auditor's office to make sure, to Councilmember Vang's point, to make sure that when we collect this information for baseline, we're using a similar methodology year over year so that it's not shifting.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
And I'll make it very quick. Thank you, Mayor. Just really wanted to appreciate you and your team for a thorough report. I know it's probably not easy to put all these numbers together, especially when you have so many different programs, and some of them are doing different things. Some of them may not have the totality of that number apply under this measure, and some might. But I also did really want to appreciate those who were a part of the measure, who had the foresight to think about supplantation in the first place. I thought that was really creative, especially as we think about budget deficits and everything else, ensuring that we are not just taking what we were already doing and saying, hey, we've met our requirements. We're actually going beyond that, because that was the goal and the intent of the measure. And so I just really appreciate that. And though I do want to say, while I think having it, and this is not necessarily related to you as doing the audit, but as we think about these things, it's not just, I think we need to be supporting what's happening out in the community and with different organizations, but I'm also very conscious about, we have a lot of really good union jobs here at the city of Sacramento that are in a lot of these programs, that are running these youth programs that are chronically understaffed. And so I see a lot of opportunity personally on ensuring that we can make sure that those are really good jobs. And as someone who used to work in the nonprofit sector, I love the work that is done, but I can tell you it's often not always a living wage job with healthcare. And so just wanted to put that out there. And thank you again for your work.
Thank you.
Just to add, there is no greater example in this era of deficits of the need for the most intense collaboration between the Sac Kids First Coalition and the city of Sacramento, the elected officials and the city management, really, because this is going to, number one, cannabis revenue is questionable given all we know about cannabis, so the 40% of X may not be as much as we want or hope. Secondly, if we have to cut across the board, and that includes YPSI, which I hope we don't, right? And then the Measure L will go down, and so it just puts a premium on figuring this out together so that we're meeting the objectives of L. We're meeting it, but we're doing it in a way that doesn't, cut cut some things deeper while we're starting other things, right? It's going to be, we have to live by, and I completely embraced the intent of Al. I supported it. We just got to do this in a very collaborative way in these circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That concludes the formal agenda items for this meeting. We now have a public testimony on items not on the agenda. I know that the council has a very important adjourn in memory tonight for a colleague who passed away unexpectedly last week. And I may want to say a few words depending upon, well, after I hear all the public testimony here tonight on items not on the agenda. Okay? So let's begin. How many do we have, Madam?
Mayor, I have 76 speakers on this item. I'm going to give everyone 2 minutes.
Well, I'm going to tell you, the only way that everyone is going to be heard is if there's no disruption in the chambers. All right? Mr. Bowles, you can leave. I'm just telling you, if there is disruption, we will shut the meeting down. If this is a respectful dialogue where everyone is heard, then we will get through this and we will listen to everybody. Those are the rules. Your choice.
Thank you, Mayor. We move to public comment for matters not on the agenda. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the City Council on any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City of Sacramento. We will no longer accept speaker slips after the first speaker concludes. Speakers will have 2 minutes to address the City Council. So that everyone has the opportunity to address the council, members of the public are asked to observe the rules of decorum. The council rules of procedure outlining decorum is expected in chambers and can be found on our website. A copy is in the back of the room and is summarized on the speaker slip. For instance, use of swear words, yelling from the audience, physically threatening conduct, and displays of disrespect are discouraged. The presiding officer will request that a person cease disruptive conduct, and if not immediately stopped, the presiding officer will direct the person to leave the room. I will read off a couple of names. Please feel free to line up in the center aisle. Sarah L. Zanin, Xander Lay, Dan Larkins, Tariq Sakini,
Alrighty. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Alzanoun. I'm a Palestinian American. I've been a resident in Sacramento for 30 years. My grandfather is from Gaza. My grandmother is displaced from Ascalon, which was a village that existed before 1948, before Israeli militias killed its inhabitants and forcefully displaced them. This is 40 years before the creation of Hamas. The American public has turned their eye on a long history of bloodshed, illegal occupation, and colonial expansion that the Palestinian people have been facing for over 70 years. Today, we're witnessing a harrowing spilling of blood in Gaza as the death toll reaches 32,000, which is the entire population of Fair Oaks. 11 years ago, I traveled to the West Bank. After an 18-hour trip, I was finally the closest I've ever been to my father's side of the family. I was not able to see my family. The IDF did not allow me to enter Gaza. My family has never been allowed to leave Gaza since Israel holds full military control over Palestinian movement. I promised myself that I would go back and see my family. I waited too long to go. It is now impossible to see my family because they're dead now. They were killed on October 26. I would like to read some of their names. Ahmed Al-Zanoun, age 16, Shaz Al-Zanoun, age 16, Hana Al-Zanoun, age 15, Karima Al-Zanoun, age 14, Saja Al-Zanoun, age 10, Mahmoud, age 13, and Yasin Al-Zanoun, age 1. Sometimes when bodies are dismembered, wax is used to hold their body parts together before the burial. There will never be enough wax to cover the hole in my heart. These are the 7 of the 56 relatives I've lost in total. There are about 56 people on one side of this room. I believe that it is important for Sacramento to take a leadership role and address a peace process. Peace begins when occupation ends. Let's support a ceasefire resolution, which will be the start of a peace process. Bloodshed does not secure peace for anyone. The bombing from the IDF also puts hostages at risk. How high does the body bag count of children?
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Xander Lay.
Vanderlei, Dan Larkins, Tariq.
Good evening, Council. My name is Xander. I've lived in the Sacramento area my whole life, and I am Palestinian by descent. My great-grandfather was one of many Palestinians who fled their homeland in the mid-1900s due to the occupation from Israel. It is devastating for me that for almost a decade now, the land of my ancestors is being destroyed by genocide. This week, several community members, including myself, are currently on strike in solidarity with Palestine. We stress the urgency of this situation as thousands have lost their lives, have been displaced, and are being massacred as we speak. We have lost journalists, poets, doctors, innocent families, elders, and children. Schools and churches have been bombed. There are no hospitals left. I repeat, there are no hospitals left. Sacred buildings that contain the history of Palestine have been destroyed. This is not self-defense, and we need to call this what it is. This is genocide. Bassan, one of the few remaining journalists in Palestine who is miraculously still alive but is very much in danger, has begged for the world to strike this week, to speak up and demand change. Every day the world prays that she will survive and find safety, and every day her messages to the world are more and more grim. There cannot be business as usual under genocide. We ask that our council and political leaders take a stand and say that enough is enough. We need a ceasefire now, and for food, water, wellness supplies, and emergency medical aid to be provided to Palestine. It is also important to mention the local impacts of our citizens' taxes on this genocide. Our president has sent millions in firearms to aid Israel in supporting this genocide, and I don't want my tax dollars to fund genocide. As a Sacramento local, I see unhoused people every time I leave my house. Where is the funding to support them? I haven't even had a mailbox at my apartment here on the grid for over 7 months now because the USPS is so backed up and underfunded. I have to ride my bikes 30 minutes off the grid in order to get my mail. There are so many worthwhile causes that we can devote our energy, resources, and funding to our humanity instead of genocide. Ceasefire now.
Larkins, Tariq, then Brittany Breyer.
Good evening, brothers and sisters. As public servants here, by the way, my name is Dan Larkins, District 4. I'm a public servant for my entire life. As public servants here, you may wonder, why should we care about some poor people 7,000 miles away? What's our little city have to do with some city on the other side of the globe? Well, because an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice anywhere. Last week, we marched in honor of Martin Luther King. Let's heed his wisdom in practice now. Why should we care? Because Palestinians and Israelis live segregated and unequal lives. Because over 10,000 children have died in 3 months, and hundreds more are locked up without without charges. Because I cannot imagine my mother or my wife having a C-section without anesthesia, as women are forced to do in Gaza every day. Because the places we go to heal and learn, schools, churches, hospitals, they're crumbling under constant siege. Why should we care? Because we are the bridge between our American history and the dreams of our children. We are that bridge. Sometimes we equate silence with peace and relaxation. But in the face of catastrophe, let's be clear, silence is deadly. Loud and clear, let's differentiate ourselves from fascists and white supremacists who think it's okay for people of color to die. We know that humans have a capacity for extraordinary evil. Now is the time to demonstrate our capacity for extraordinary goodness. Please pass a strong ceasefire resolution to affirm our compassion for all humanity. Thank you for representing the people.
Brittany, then Shadi Quatoub.
Tariq Wasekakini, resident of Sacramento. Us here in the U.S. are sending billions of dollars to an army that has killed at least 30,000 innocent men, women, and children. This statement alone should be sufficient to convince the Council to put a ceasefire resolution on the agenda for next meeting. But yet here we are. Judging by the temporary ceasefire, not only did the ceasefire save thousands of Palestinian lives, but it also led to the release of many Israeli and Palestinian hostages. And after the cessation of the ceasefire, the IDF not only continued to murder thousands of Palestinians, but also killed several Israeli hostages. So who are you benefiting by not calling for a ceasefire? Who are you standing for if the families of those in Gaza and the families of Israeli hostages are calling for a ceasefire? Today, the world is at a splitting point between those who believe in humanity and those who believe in power and capitulation. So I ask the Council to stand on the side of humanity and put the ceasefire resolution on the next meeting's agenda. Thank you.
Brittany?
Hi, I'm a constituent of Sacramento in District 4, and I'm here to urge the council to pass a immediate and unilateral ceasefire resolution. There are many reasons. I know I need to keep this brief, but I'm going to plead to your basic humanity. We cannot bomb our way to peace. And this is a quote from a man who is part of the public health and preventive medicine resident of Harvard Chan School of Public Health. We continue to call it a humanitarian crisis, but that assumes there are humanitarian solutions. There is no solution right now in Gaza. No amount of humanitarian aid will solve this. We need a ceasefire now. This is the only way we can ensure peace and security. There's already, I'm sure you could just look it up on your phone and see the tragedy. I saw a man who's a doctor amputate his daughter's leg without anesthesia. I saw a grandmother being shot while she was waving a white flag. And it's endless. And as we know, we're just continuing to see more desolation. There was, and like they were saying, this is in our backyard. There was a fragment from a bomb with a Boeing code on it that killed 2 families and 43 civilians. The Amnesty International report said there were no military targets near the site. We have one of the 5th largest economies. Our taxes are involved in this, and just even as human beings, a ceasefire now. Please stop killing innocent people. Thank you.
Is Shadi, then following Shadi is Kelly Hutnick, then Miriam Hisen.
Good evening, fellow council members and the mayor. My name is Shadi Kutab. I'm a Palestinian American here in the Sacramento area. Been here for over 20 years. And, you know, we're up to 30,000. Conservative estimate is 25,000 dead, as I'm sure most reporting is. Conservatively, 25. Anyways, 10,000 of those are children. If conservatively, you say 5,000. Over 70%, maybe 6% if you want to be conservative as far as the properties lost, houses demolished. Just imagine Midtown and downtown, and you just obliterate Midtown. Everyone's got to go to downtown now. Just kind of give reference there. But nonetheless, you know, my story is going to be a little different just because I want to peek into just kind of what I see in everyday life. I mean, I'm a commercial broker and residential broker. I work for a big brokerage. And obviously, October 7th, you know, we all condemned it. And we all understood the implications of that. But then, you know, you point out a month in and how the rhetoric is towards the Palestinian people, to our people. And the silence I dealt with, I was familiar with it. 2008, similar things happened. But this time, a lot more noise. 4th branch of the government being the press and all, the corporate press and what we deal with every day. You saw bits of that, love it or hate it, the social media really portraying another angle, another view. And honestly, a lot of my colleagues had started coming to my office, just started talking to me. And this is optimism at its best. Most of my staff tends to be females. They tend to be white. And so they come to me and they don't see and understand what's being prescribed to them. So we have coffee, we have conversations, and it opens the dialogue. Statistics don't lie on their own. So they do pair narrative, and I can paint the rest of it. So the idea here is just to kind of, you know, invoke a voice and give the opportunity for Sacramento to stand on the right side of this. So I would like to ask you guys to do a resolution for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Your comment, Kelly, then Miriam. Kelly, Miriam, then Reem Olabi.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Hutnick, District 5. And I stand before you hopeful. The community is here, this broad family we have built through our shared understanding that never again means never again for anyone. I'm not going to use my precious time on on those in the room that think caring about a genocide is hypocritical, as that is clearly, painfully divisive, and that is not what this community is about. We have been screaming in the streets, our streets, we are screaming. Stop killing children, stop killing doctors, stop killing journalists, stop bombing hospitals, schools, churches, mosques. I am in disbelief. These are controversial demands for the City Council. We were screaming in 2023, we are screaming in 2024, and we all know Palestine has been screaming since 1948. And our words seem to fall on purposefully deaf ears and willingly blind eyes. Our community has not been allowed time to process, to grieve, to try as hard as we can to begin healing. Members of our community have not been allowed this. They have been forced to mobilize, to organize, to unite, and to fight for what should be so apparent to everyone in this room. There has been and continues to be a genocide in Palestine, and it must stop. There are no sides to a genocide. Genocide is not justified. Genocide is not self-defense. Colonizers, mass murderers, and their supporters should not have the pull to silence this chamber. This chamber who is seemingly so comfortable in its hemming and hawing while people are massacred. A permanent ceasefire resolution is words on paper, and it is the least.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Miriam, then Reem.
Good evening, respected mayor and council members. My name is Mariam Hussein. As a fencer, I can never imagine myself without an arm or a leg. The thought of it sends shivers down my back and my neck. Nagham Abu Samra, courageous and bold, was a 24-year-old karate champion whose story I'll unfold. Her dream was to inspire generations of girls to play karate, find their inner strength, and learn how to find their passion in this world. She lost her leg due to the cruel missile strikes, stayed in a coma, and then her spirit finally took flight. How can people watch what is happening without feeling their heart twitch? Children amputees getting surgeries without painkillers, women giving birth on dirty floors, suffering in pain as they deliver, men getting humiliated in Gaza and the West Bank, families walking with white flags, and parents end up getting killed in front of their children as they shiver. I ask you again, how can people not feel triggered when more than 29,000 Palestinians were killed and 62,000 plus were injured? The pain and suffering of our brothers and sisters need to be considered, because I won't stay silent when kids are writing their names on their limbs to be recognized by their family members. I ask to pass a ceasefire resolution. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Reem, then Kevin Boltz, then Yosef Hussein.
Respected Mayor, council members, and attendees, let me start by saying that I do feel for the families of the hostages, and I do pray for them to go back safely to their families, like I pray for the thousands of imprisoned Palestinian children to go back to theirs. You might ask, why aren't you speaking about the violence in other Muslim countries? Are you anti-Semitic? Are you pro-Hamas? Well, the U.S. is funding and supporting what is happening in Gaza. My tax money is used there, hence it's our right to demand not having it going towards killing more children. Gaza is not a lab to experiment new weapons. Gaza is the home of more than 50% children who did not vote for Hamas to start with. So I'm here on behalf of the innocent children and people of Gaza. Does this make me anti-Semitic? Of course not. Being humane and compassionate is not anti-Semitic. Against killing thousands of children is not anti-Semitic. Being against crushing whole families under the rubble by bombing their houses is not anti-Semitic. Or else this will mean accusing all the Jews worldwide that are loudly saying, not in our name, including the ones in Israel, itself that are calling for a ceasefire of being anti-Semitic, which does not make sense for sure. So how about we stop weaponizing anti-Semitism to justify what is happening to the innocent people of Gaza and the West Bank? It is time to show the world that Sacramento City cares deeply about those children. It is time to pass a ceasefire resolution. Thank you so much.
Evan Boltz, then Yosef Hussein.
Just a reminder to everybody that Arabs are Semites. Handcuffs aren't really my kink. I'm more of a role play guy. These comments reflect my own feelings and no one else present here tonight. Firstly off, I want to start off by saying George Habash, Aish Mamat. Here is a December tweet from a Sacramento City Council member. If you're protesting and advocating for a ceasefire in Gaza, where were you in protesting the innocent killing of Muslims? Check yourself. Quit being a hypocrite. Maybe take a step back and ask yourself, do you really know what's going on, or are you promoting Hamas and being anti-Semitic? Muslims killed, 500,000 in Syria, 380,000 in Yemen, 240,000 in Afghanistan, 500,000 in Sudan, 300,000 in Iraq. It was 2.5 million, by the way. Mass protests in Europe capitals, no outrage, no ceasefire, no demands, no UN condemnations. 100+ days into genocide and still no condemnation from the city of Sacramento. 30,000+ dead, overwhelmingly women and children, with tens of thousands more at risk of starvation and disease. Instead of common sense statements regarding genocide, we get tweets from city council members which gaslight activists, weaponize dead Muslims Lisa doesn't care about, and ignore the influence of European colonialism in each of the conflicts mentioned. To highlight the ignorance, here's an LA Times headline. In Syria, militias armed by the Pentagon fight those armed by the CIA. This is in reference to the CIA-backed al-Nusra Front, Al-Qaeda, fighting the Department of Defense-backed Syrian Democratic forces. To highlight the other part of Lisa's tweet that conflates anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, let's clear that up. Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project, not with the Jews because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they are Jewish, but wages a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism and Jews as their own colonial project. Hamas rejects the persecution of all people on the notion of nationalist, religious, or sectarian grounds and says that the fundamental persecution of Jews.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Yosef Hussein. Yosef Hussein, and then Jalen Trapp.
Welcome.
Dear Mayor Steinberg and respected members of the council, my name is Yusuf Hussein and I'm 12 years old. My parents were always against me and my sister watching violent and horror movies. But unfortunately, turns out that is not an option with what is going on in Gaza. I am deeply sad to see children as young as me suffering in Gaza. Children getting killed daily, children suffering from massive injuries and no painkillers, children losing their family, children losing hope in living the life they dreamt of, children losing their houses and their memories, children looking for food on the floor, children continuously watching dead bodies wherever they go. There are many horror scenes that are much worse than movies we could have watched. Some claim that these scenes are all fake, but I doubt that Hollywood moved its headquarters to Gaza. I'm here to ask you to take it into consideration. Killing innocent children should stop now. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jay Lan, then Mo Kashumi, then Gabe.
Good evening. My name is Jalen Trapp. Don't be a coward. 61 years ago, Martin Luther King sat in prison in a Birmingham jail cell and wrote about what he believed to be the great stumbling block of efforts towards freedom and equality. It was not the KKK. It was not segregationists. It was not people who bombed churches. Dr. King believed that the biggest obstacle in the way of justice was the people who were content in allowing injustice to continue to protect their own comfort. Dr. King, now he was nice in how he referred to these people. He referred to them as moderates. I prefer the term cowards because that's exactly what they are. And in the same way that we had cowards back then, we have cowards here today. For you have to be a coward to watch 2 million people become displaced and then try to defend that. You have to be a coward to watch children have their limbs amputated from their bodies with no anesthesia, screaming in agony, and then try to defend that. It doesn't matter how you package it. Killing tens of thousands of civilians is never self-defense. We can call that for what it is as well. It is not a war. It is terrorism backed by the United States government against the Palestinian people. And we are all complicit in it. Because when you see a video of a 9-year-old girl with her skull shattered open and her brain falling out the back of her head, you have to recognize that those weapons came from the United States of America. But it was funded by a president of the United States of America. That it was defended by the Congress of the United States of America. 25,000 people at least are dead. 8,000 plus are missing. 70% women and children. If you stand by this and do nothing, you've chosen the side of ethnic cleansing and genocide. You're no better than a slave owner. You're no better than a person in Germany who sat by as the Nazis took over. Don't be a coward. Pass a resolution for a ceasefire today. Free Palestine.
Next speaker is Mo Kashmiri, Gabe Ayala, Noor Harris, Amelia Leone. I don't see Mo. Okay, I'm going to read off a few more. Mo Kashmiri, Gabe Ayala, Noor Harris, Amelia Leone.
Hi, I'm Mo Kashmiri. This is an issue. The beautiful thing about Sacramento is our diversity, and our Muslim community and the progressive community and a lot of folks in the community care very strongly about this issue. It's important to us because our representative, Doris Matsui, is waiting to see what position the city takes on this, to see whether she can step out and join the call for a ceasefire. So far, she has not chosen to support a ceasefire. So far, she's supported sending billions of dollars to Israel to conduct ethnic cleansing, while we need that money for homelessness. We need that money for affordable housing. We need that money for schools. We need that money for youth programs. We need that money for city programs. I feel like we're watching Anne Frank live on social media right now, except we have the power to stop it. I'm tired of watching all the brown kids die. I'm tired of watching 2 million people get displaced. I'm tired of seeing parents carry the leftovers of their kids in shopping bags. I'm tired of seeing the kids losing limbs. I'm tired of seeing the kids buried in the rubble. I'm tired of seeing the kids cry because their parents are gone. There's a new acronym in Gaza, WCNSF, which stands for Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. I know that we have to have the courage to change the things we can. This is something that we as a city can do. It's small, it's concrete, and it can make a huge difference. We ask you to step up and have the courage to do the right thing. We need your help. We're waiting on you, and we've been waiting far too long. Please act and adopt a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Ayala, Noor Harris, Amelia Leone.
Buenas tardes. My name is Amelia León. I am the daughter of farm workers who organized with Dolores Huerta and Cesar Chavez to advocate for a union in their workplace back in the early 80s. Through their example, I learned at an early age the importance of standing in solidarity with the most marginalized people and the importance of speaking up in the face of injustice because my humanity depends on it. I moved to Sacramento in 2019 from the Central Coast to pursue a master's in public health, and now I work at the State Department of Public Health as a health program specialist. I speak as a public health advocate, mainly to remind you that an injustice to people anywhere is a threat and danger to people everywhere. Calling for a permanent ceasefire is the only humane step to save lives, including the lives of hostages, if that's the only thing you're concerned about. There is nothing more I can add that my Palestinian and anti-Zionist Jewish siblings and allies haven't already stated repeatedly for over 100 days. We urge you to lead by example and with love for humanity by passing a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire, for humanitarian aid to enter Gaza, and an end to aid to the Israeli government. Gracias y viva Palestina libre.
Ayala, Noor Hariz, Nasim Gashim.
What's first? Me or I'm Noor Hariz.
What's your name?
Noor.
Please proceed.
Okay. As a concerned Palestinian and a U.S. citizen, I have witnessed the killing of my own people by the Israeli government with the full support of our government, who have continued to rain terror on the Palestinians of Gaza. The human rights has been held captive to grant the simplest necessities and the essential aspects of life itself, thirsting and bleeding to death 2.3 million people in Gaza. My cousin and his young family still under the rubble, decomposing since November, by the way. So imagine if it was your family. What are you going to be doing? No one can defend genocide. No one can defend the most horrible, vicious, and violent war crimes that we have seen lives directly, that also life around the world by the hour. We're witnessing the most disgusting of brutality, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. And all we ask is a permanent ceasefire to save lives and save innocence. I'm asking for a resolution from the city of Sacramento, our capital, to save the lives of innocent civilians and also to save the blood of thousands upon thousands that's still being shed and spilled. Half of them were children who have nothing to do with this war. We demand you, our mayor, and I'm talking to you, I'm talking to all of you, I'm demanding you guys, I'm asking you for a just permanent ceasefire. We demand it, and we ask this, before you lose the respect, not only him, all of you guys are gonna lose the respect of your own people. We were here and we defended you, by the way. We defended you and we were here for you, when actually you have not even asked all of us to defend you. You remember, they remember, and I remember.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Nasim Gashmaya. Nasim, our next speaker is Nasim Gashmaya, then Amira Koth, then Jessica Lynn Rego.
Hello, Council. My name is Nasim Qasemieh, and I grew up in Sacramento. I am with you tonight to join the voices calling for an immediate ceasefire resolution to be passed by the city of Sacramento. Families in Gaza, mothers, daughters, brothers, fathers, aunts and uncles, grandparents and grandchildren, neighbors, doctors, and journalists are being brutally murdered, starved, intimidated, and tortured by the deployment of white phosphorus and other illegal methods of warfare that constitute genocidal acts, and it is all being funded by the United States. We are out here demanding to be heard, and I am ashamed that our government, at all levels, which calls itself a democracy, continuously and completely ignores Palestinian, Muslim, and Middle Eastern American voices, even as your voicemails overflow, your inboxes fill up, and you see us marching week after week. City Council is supposed to be the closest body of government to the people, but who does this City Council claim to represent? Because it isn't me. The healthcare system in Gaza has been bombarded to the point of its collapse. Miscarriages have increased by 300%, and that is truly just one terrible stat among countless others. And over 10,000 children have been killed, and that's just since October 7th. And data from the UN has revealed a horrifying state of starvation only becoming more dire as families confront an inordinate amount of grief. Earlier in this meeting, we were talking about projects and initiatives that would benefit the citizens of Sacramento. Instead of our tax money going to Israel to dismember innocent people, it must come back to us to provide vital improvements to communities like ours across the country, as is supposed to happen. This city needs to do what was urgently required nearly 4 months ago and pass a resolution for an immediate ceasefire in Palestine. And I am asking you to do everything within your power as elected officials of our city to stop the disgraceful U.S. funding of this genocide.
Our next speaker is Amira Koth, then Jessica Lynn Rago, then Jason Graber.
My name is Jessa Rigo. I live in Folsom right now, but I've lived in Northern and Central California my entire life, and in the greater Sacramento area most of my life. Sacramento has always been my capital. I'm here to ask you to put a ceasefire resolution on the agenda and then to pass it. We know international affairs are not normally part of a city council's scope. I'm here to say the same thing I said 20 years ago at the Davis City Council as they considered a resolution against the invasion of Iraq. This is a local issue that does affect our hometown. Over the last over 100 days, I've been losing my mind watching this. Not only a boy's head squished into the shape of a rectangle between the ceiling and floor of his apartment, not only a baby's brain hanging out of her skull, and that times 100 every single day, but also our community members enduring the grave absurdity of paying their taxes into the weapons that are going to kill and maim their own families. Between being sick to our stomachs every moment of every day and trying our darndest to participate in all forms of protest, including economic strikes, many in our community, like me, are not doing any non-essential shopping or activities. We don't know how much longer we can keep showing up to work and pretending everything is okay. This is already affecting our community and mental health here in our local hometown. Back in 2004, I told the Davis City Council this affected our hometown because community members would come back from serving their country with PTSD. This time, it's all of us who are being irreversibly scarred. As more and more people learn the truth about what's actually happening in Palestine, the liberation movement is only growing stronger, faster. It's pretty rich how organizations, including this one, are doing land acknowledgements and yet can't seem to connect the dots to the fact that we're doing basically the same thing to the Palestinians that we did to the Native Americans back then. Never again means never again for anyone. Put a ceasefire on the resolution now.
Thank you for your comments. Following Amira is Jason Graber, then Danielle W.
Hi, my name is Amira, and I'm an Egyptian-American nonprofit executive and a Sacramento mother. First, as a nonprofit executive who has worked over the past 10 years with heavily traumatized Sacramento refugees arriving from conflict-ridden zones, my question to you is how much longer should we be expected as local Sacramento organizations to clean up locally for the action or inaction of our representatives in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria, and now in Gaza? With local Sacramento families having lost over 250 loved ones in Gaza, I'm speaking about Sacramento families, how can Sacramento City not call for a ceasefire, then claim to be a welcoming hub for immigrants and refugees? Now, second, as a mother, I have seen in the past 109 days little lifeless hands showing from under the rubble, kids carrying the remains of their siblings in their backpacks, and mothers looking desperately for one surviving son or daughter. And in front of all these scenes, I worry that our inaction could, beyond measures, damage our hearts spiritually. And you, council members, should be worried too. Finally, having lived in Israel for 3 years and witnessed the multiple political currents existing there, I urge you to ask yourself, who among these currents are you supporting? A fanatic current represented by a 3-members war cabinet that doesn't hide its genocidal intent, or families of hundreds of Israeli hostages calling for a ceasefire, as well as thousands of Palestinian hostages.
Comments, your time is complete. Our next speaker is Jason Graber, Danielle W., then Sandra M.
All right, I'll start off by saying that I hate public speaking. However, after over 100 days of Israel inflicting genocide on the Palestinian people in Gaza, I feel compelled to speak before the council to demand that a vote for a ceasefire resolution be brought forward. I am horrified by the blatant genocidal actions of the Israeli government, which is being live streamed for us all to see. The horrors that I have witnessed, thousands of children murdered, mutilated, writhing and screaming in excruciating pain while being operated on without anesthesia, being orphaned without any surviving family members. My 2 minutes could barely allow me to speak about even a small fraction of the horrific barbarism which is on full display. These are images and sounds that no one should have to witness or be victim to in a humane and just world. Furthermore, it angers me to no end that my tax dollars are being used to fund and provide weapons and ammunition for Israel to continue its genocide on the Palestinian people. Many of our elected officials and media talking heads only see the Israeli hostages and their families as worthy of their empathy in this situation. After over 100 days of the Gaza Strip being carpet bombed and over 25,000 Palestinians murdered, at what point will the Palestinians be seen as worthy of our compassion? The Council may argue that it is not their place to decide on matters of foreign relations, but I reject that entirely. A Data for Progress poll in October 2023 shows that 66% of voters support a ceasefire, 80% of Democrats, and even 58% of Republicans. We have been calling our representatives and senators daily, but they would rather listen to AIPAC than their own constituents. This leaves us with no choice but to refocus our efforts on a local level. The city councils of Richmond, Oakland, and San Francisco, among others, have already passed ceasefire resolutions. By following the example of these cities, the Sacramento City Council would not only send a strong and much-needed message of support to its Palestinian and Muslim residents, but would also send a message to our representatives that we, their constituents, will not be ignored.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Danielle W. Is Sandra M., then Debbie Holy.
I stand here tonight, like many others, very much outside of my comfort zone, to urge City Council to follow in the steps of the growing list of cities calling for a ceasefire and to pass a resolution tonight calling for a ceasefire in Palestine. After over 100 days of bearing witness to a live streaming genocide, how can I be anywhere else but here tonight? After over 100 days of watching desperate, heartbroken fathers, husbands, sons, brothers, uncles dig through the rubble with their bare hands in any attempt to find their loved ones, living or dead. After over 100 days of watching devastated mothers unable to let go of their beautiful children's lifeless bodies, how could I possibly be anywhere else but here tonight? Over 100 days of watching a genocide claim the lives of over 25,000 innocent humans, over 10,000 of which are children, numbers that are only continuing to grow. How could I be anywhere else but here tonight to urge you, show the community, show the Palestinians in this community that their lives are valued, that the lives of their loved ones, the precious lives of their loved ones are valued, and pass a resolution for a ceasefire tonight. Lisa Kaplan, in a very weak and baseless tweet, you attempted to shame and silence those speaking out against this genocide by saying we are anti-Semitic hypocrites who do not care about Muslim lives lost in other countries at other times. This, at best, shows it is not us that are anti-Semitic or hypocrites, but rather it is you who is not listening. And at worst, it exposes that you only value certain lives. We come here united and we will be heard. Call for an immediate and a permanent ceasefire right now.
Is Sandra. Our next speaker is Sandra M.
We're shutting up. Please let everyone be heard.
Sandra M., Debbie Holy, then David C.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to be changing the direction of these conversations right now, even though I'm feeling very sad inside about what I'm hearing. But in any case, so good evening, Council members. My name is Sandy, and thank you for being here, for being servants of the people. We thank you for having taken your oaths to uphold and defend our constitutions. We have come here to provide information for your knowledge. We are coming to you this evening in peace as we the people to give you notice and instructions so that you and your agents may provide due care. This notice has already been given to 50 state governors, to the President of the United States, to the Supreme Court, to the United States Senate, and the United States Congress. We are now giving you a copy. This week, we learned that the federal government, in alignment with the World Health Organization, has announced an amendment to a credible threat of a public health emergency. Their expanding countermeasures now include both Ebola and Marburg viruses, an extension of liability immunity to manufacturers, distributors, program planners, qualified persons, and their officials, agents, and employees. We have included this report in our notice envelopes given to you. We have also learned that the government was never granted any authority to lock down the people, even in times of emergency. The main object of government is the protection and preservation of personal rights, private property, and public liberties. The government just serves for our benefit as public officers, trustees, and servants of the people. We are also attaching a list of inalienable rights, which includes the right to accept or refuse any medical treatment for any reason. Since this council has a history of putting the city under health emergency orders, we are very.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Debbie Holy, then David C., then Pally Bay.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Just a moment.
Hi, I'm Debbie. I'm here representing We the People. Since the county has a history of putting health emergency orders out there, we're very concerned that another round of involuntary lockdowns and health orders could occur in our fair county and our cities. Please take notice that all states in our Republican form of government have sworn to protect individual liberty as a condition to be hired as trustees. The people of America are all guaranteed to have the same rights in all the states. As an elected official, do you believe it is your duty to always protect the natural rights of the people so they are guaranteed enjoyment of all their natural rights? Or do you believe that in some time of panic or emergency that you can remove the people's right to freely exercise liberty, movement, worship, commerce, or any other purpose that is lawful? If so, please show constitutional authority where you get that power, posting this granted authority conspicuously, notifying the public and all agents. If you cannot show where you get the authority and you take any action blocking the people's rights to enjoy freedom, then any lockdown, mandate, or forced use of any medical device will be construed as being done with malice intent, full knowledge and understanding against your trust indenture, your contract with the people. That would be the Constitution. This notice is given to you in peace and with the love of Christ, that you and your agents may provide due care to those who have all political power, the people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. David C., Pally Bay, then Mac Sawas.
Hello, my name's David Capizano, and I want to thank you all for your hard work and dedication to Sacramento County. Thank you.
Next speaker is Polly Bay, Mac Sawas, Dr. Samaya Jawad.
Hello, I'd like to start by saying how absolutely disrespectful it is that some of you guys are not paying attention. I would like to also say, Daryl, you have been chit-chatting and not paying attention. Okay, sure, but I called you out a minute ago, but go off. Anyway, as people stand here and give their testimonies, I noticed city council members not even pretending to listen. Kaplan has been looking down or on her phone, distracted, perfectly displaying her obvious contempt for Palestinians. Okay. It's okay for us, the U.S., to kill kids. It's okay for us to bomb civilians. It's okay for us, the U.S., the West, to invade other countries. It's okay for us to attack commercial ships and impose blockades. By the way, not our seas, it's Yemen Sea. But dare you defend yourself? How dare anyone condemn the resistance? How dare anyone condemn the people who are giving us liberation? I would like to read something from the Strategy of the Liberation of Palestine. The slogan of our masses must be resistance until victory. We must repeat it every day through every breakthrough bullet and the fall of each martyr that the land of Palestine today belongs to the masses, who have defended it against the presence. Every piece of land, every rock, every stone, our masses will not abandon 1 inch of them because they belong to the legions of the poor and hungry and displaced persons. Our fighters today fall with their heads lifted. That is our resistance. And I implore everyone here to look up all our martyrs from Nazar Banat to George Habash. Learn about our martyrs and learn how we got here, and never condemn the resistance. Long live the Intifada.
Aksawaz, Sumaya Jawadi, then Dry Amir Wands.
My name is Max Always, District 1, Lisa Kaplan. And as you walk out, like you've always done in many meetings, Lisa, I don't know why, you just don't sit down and listen to what we have to say. So, let's...
Please. Please allow the speaker to have her time.
So, Lisa Kaplan, let's look at a tweet that you made back on December 21st, in which you discussed the number of Muslim civilians that died in other countries. You said that it was hypocritical that we're in the streets, but we weren't in the streets then. I am an Afghan American. I watched as George Bush proudly on TV said, "We dropped the mother of all bombs in Afghanistan." I was in the streets. I went and protested at Beale. I went and protested at Travis. I went. And when Iraq, the same thing happened in Iraq, we went. When things happened in Syria, we went. And so of course we're gonna be in the streets for Palestine. But guess what? This time it's different. It is different. You ask anybody who's lost families in Afghanistan and Iraq, they will still look at you and say it is different. What is happening to our brothers and sisters in Palestine, it's different. So yes, we're gonna take to the streets. Yes, we're gonna protest. Yes, we're gonna do what we can do to make sure our voices are heard. We're here tonight because people are frustrated that a ceasefire resolution is still not on the agenda. There's things that are holding it back and they're not happy. They're not happy, they wanna see a ceasefire resolution. They don't want us, this resolution should reflect the community and what they're going through. 100+ days. But yet we hold it back for this and that reason. That's why they're frustrated. That's why they're here. They want to let you know how they feel. That's it. There's nothing wrong with the 76 of them coming out tonight. There's nothing wrong with the 200+ comments online. Good for you guys.
And Ada Simsi. Please proceed. Please proceed.
Hello, respected council members. I stand before you today in solidarity with all the voices of all backgrounds that we've heard today. And I want you to take that into note, that it's not just Palestinians, it's not just Arabs, it's not just Muslims, it's people of all background, and especially my Jewish brothers and sisters who are speaking out against the atrocities against Palestinians and calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. I also stand before you today as an American who still believes in democracy, hopeful that you as our representatives will uphold the obligation upon you to represent our voices, the people's voices, who have elected you to your positions, and the majority of the Sacramento community is loud and clear in its support for a ceasefire. As a physician who provides health care for the constituents of Sacramento, I am bound by my conscience and my oath to first and foremost support humanity and justice. The human rights violations inflicted on the Palestinian people since the first Nakba of 1948 have been ongoing for the last 75 years and have exponentially escalated to the unprecedented humanity and genocide we are witnessing these past 100 days, precisely because we as a nation have allowed these to go on with impunity while being complicit and providing political cover. As tragic as the events of October 7th were, resulting in the death of 1,200 Israelis, the ensuing massacre of 30,000 civilians of Gaza, 70% women and children, is not a response that should ever be acceptable or normalized, as it is being done. Weaponizing starvation and dehydration, cutting off water and food should never be acceptable. Bombarding an entire civilian population trapped in a small space with over 65
the 65,000 tons of bombs should never be acceptable. Targeting mothers who are merely trying to find bread to feed their starving families and shooting them on sight should never be acceptable. I urgently call upon you to call for a ceasefire immediately.
Thank you for your
Stand
comments.
against-
Our next speaker is Dry Umair Wands. Next speaker is Dry Umair Wands. I don't see a Dry. Ada Selmick, Kamal Sharkowski, then Tuka.
Thank you.
So, Ada, are you Ada? Please proceed. Ada. And then if Umar is here, you need to line up, please. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Aida. I'm a survivor of the Bosnian genocide. From 1992 to 1995, an estimated 100,000 people were killed and witnessed the largest massacre in Europe since the Holocaust. I'm here today, a Sacramento resident for 24 years, a Sac State alumna, and a California civil servant, because people in America stood up and said, "Not again." I ask you to pay it forward in my name and adopt a ceasefire resolution for Palestine to be a voice that says not again. Not again to killing children, mass graves, bomb schools, hospitals, and a generation of amputees. You yourself may not have experienced this, what I or people in Palestine have. You are blessed, but you are blind. Thank you.
Umair, Kamal, and then Tuka.
Thank you, respected mayor and respected council members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Umar Waris. I'm a family medicine and addiction medicine physician serving the community of North Sacramento. It's an honor to be addressing you. And Mayor Steinberg, I first had the honor of hearing you speak at a leadership conference at the state capitol, and you inspired me into a career of public service. So after all these years, thank you for this opportunity to meet and speak. Council members and mayor, I come to you today because the past 3 months, what we have been witnessing has been difficult to comprehend and cope. As a physician, as a member of the Muslim faith, as just a human being, it has been very difficult to know that just in 1 month of the conflict in Gaza, more innocent civilians have died, majority of whom are women and children, than have died in the entire duration of the Ukraine conflict. And hospitals, ambulances, healthcare workers have fallen without any due process, without any justification. As a person who took the Hippocratic Oath, and as a man of faith who sees all life as equal, I see continued war as not one that serves anybody's interest. And I hope that you will strongly consider and pass a ceasefire resolution. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Paul?
Hello, my name is Kamal Sharkowski. I've lived in Sacramento County for over 45 years. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members, for hearing us out. First, I want to make it clear that I condemn and I'm against all acts of terrorism. Terrorism, which is defined by scholars of international law as the use of violence against random civilian targets in order to intimidate or to create fear for the purpose of achieving political goals. Terrorism is now being committed against the people of Gaza. And I'd like to give you an example of why it's not called defending itself. Israel is claiming that they're doing that to defend themselves. There was, about 50 years ago, a terrorist group based in Oakland called the Symbionese Liberation Army, the SLA. What if the governor at that time decided to destroy all of Oakland and its citizens in order to get rid of the SLA? That doesn't make sense. Anyways, Israel is terrorizing the Palestinian civilians, including women, children, and the elderly, killing tens of thousands of civilians and injuring hundreds of thousands, destroying homes, schools, hospitals, etc. Israel calls it defending themselves. I'm just telling you, repeating what a lot of prominent people in the world, former President Jimmy Carter, Noam Chomsky, a renowned American Jew, they're all, and other distinguished members of society, agree that the Israeli government's brutal oppression of the Palestinian people for over 60 years is reprehensible. I'm here with so many others just hoping that you guys will find your moral backbone, find your moral compass, and do the right thing. And send a message to Israel, specifically Netanyahu, and say, you can't kill all the Palestinians just because you have a problem with a group.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hello, my name is Tuka. I was born in Sacramento. I was trained at UC Davis Health in Sacramento, and I work here in District 4. And thank you for paying attention, Katie, to our comments today. We sent you a letter on behalf of over 300 UC Davis Health students, alumni, residents, and staff, urging to put a ceasefire resolution. We each have 2 minutes to speak, and in the last 109 days, if you average an individual killed for every length of time, that would be one person per 2 minutes. So think of that as each person speaks. I've sent you the statistics, the organizations that have spoken demanding a ceasefire, and I am a public health practitioner. And when I was at the American Public Health Association meeting as a governing counselor, we had only 5 or 6 people speak in support of a ceasefire, and many more speak not in support of one. But when it came down to a vote, 96% of the majority voted in support. So this is a vocal minority, or a vocal majority, but there are many more that are not here today that support this, and especially those that work in health. Now, we've heard about our taxpayer dollars supporting this, and that is why this is something that we all deeply care about. But as healthcare professionals within Sacramento, for those that have walked the hospitals and have done the public health programming, we see the lives of Palestinians in everyone that we work with. And I'd like to say that if something does not happen, if these resolutions do not continue to grow, not only will we continue to worry about Palestine, but what does that mean in terms of a sense of humanity and humanitarian aid when this kind of genocide is left as not our problem? Because this is our problem. And so we've come today, I hope you listen to my brothers and sisters and comrades here, because we're speaking about a real concern to public health, to humanity, and especially to the UC Davis Health community. Thank you. Charles Faust. Our next speaker is Charles Faust. Following Charles is Annie Khan, Amira Almal, Alyssa Lee, and Guy Stevenson.
Good evening. A little change of pace. I wanted to speak about something, but Assistant City Manager Laura kind of cleared some stuff up for me, so I'm going to switch a little bit. I think that California as a whole, a lot of the counties aren't going to start enforcing SB 43 because there wasn't really funding for it. And I think that's been a major problem. I think it's at least 50 of the counties. And so Sacramento is one of the counties that's not going to start enforcing that. So it's something you guys, I think, could put a little pressure at the state level, and if possible at the federal level, to get some funding for that. Because we need more mental health care facilities, and a lot of that is connected to homeless issues that we have. So I think that it'd be nice if you guys could put a little pressure on state for funding, even though the state's kind of having some issues with funding. But really, it's a federal issue that we have in California when it comes to mental health. So it'd be nice if you guys could put a little pressure on that. And then on the other side of that, on the Gaza stuff, I think that asking for a resolution for a ceasefire isn't really enough for something what Sacramento can do. Other states have, states, not cities, but say Florida flew people back from Israel. And I think California could do something similar. If Gaza's having these issues with the hospitals and lack of food and lack of water, you could put pressure on state politicians to take excess stuff that we have left over from the COVID pandemic when it comes to PPE and sanitizer and other medical supplies and field hospital supplies. Stuff like that could be sent to the Levant, to Israel, to Gaza, if that's something that's possible. Because I think just wanting a resolution is kind of just virtue signaling crap. Sacramento could do more. We're a global leader, and we need to act like it. But really, most of what I want to say was put pressure for money for SB 43.
Your comments. Next speaker is Annie Khan. Following Annie is Amira Almala. Alyssa Lee.
Hello, City Council members. I'd like to address those same tweets discussed earlier, calling Muslims hypocrites and asking us to condemn Hamas by summarizing the words of Sana Saeed and Lana Bastazik. When Muslims and other Arabs are asked to condemn the violence against Israeli citizens, they are being asked to qualify their humanity. This is a tool that's been repeatedly weaponized against Arabs and Muslims for decades. There is an underlying assumption and inherent prejudice that is underscored that if Arabs and Muslims do not condemn violence, they are in favor of it. These demands to condemn also serve to diminish our legitimate concerns and our psychological warfare designed to dominate Muslims and to strip an entire nation of their humanity. Engaging in this rhetoric also places Jewish victims at the forefront of discussion, creating a hierarchy of grief. Why is there an expectation that Israeli attacks post-October 7th need to be contextualized, but none of the tyranny, massacres, bombing, imprisonment of innocent children done by an apartheid government that has been ongoing for 75 years? We refuse to accept this debate as it would mean accepting that powerful Western nations have a right to reciprocate in a way that breaks international law and that there is good reason for children to be killed. Please recognize that Muslims, just like anyone else with any shred of humanity, hurt for all innocent lives lost. Just as we do not ask those who are white to condemn terrorists, such as school shooters, please stop asking Muslims to condemn terrorism. With that being said, as a physician, I stand for the rights of all people. And as our leaders, you have a duty to stand up for humanity. This means calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. Undoubtedly, the past 100+ days will go down in history as a genocide. And if any of you have ever wondered how you would have reacted had you been witness to the Holocaust, slavery, or the civil rights movement, this is how. Your children and
My name is Amira Al-Mallah, and I am a native Sacramento resident, Egyptian American. Oh, here? Okay. Egyptian American, Muslim American, and I join my brothers and sisters here today to demand that the council pass a ceasefire resolution to bring about an immediate end to the violence and condemn the indiscriminate massacre of civilians and restrictions on humanitarian aid. I'm going to repeat some of the death and destruction that we've heard today because it is not normal and we should not get used to it, and to resist the normalization of these unprecedented losses. As a result of Israel's assault on Gaza, innocent Palestinians, the majority of them women and children, have been killed and injured with unprecedented speed and scale. 70% women and children in just over 3 months. How much more does one need to see to speak up? How much more does one need to see to take action? Nearly 100,000 have been injured, and many of them in a new category aid workers have created just for Gaza. Wounded child, no surviving family. Of those still alive, 90% are facing acute food insecurity, much less access to the rest of their basic human rights to shelter, sanitation, safety, and dignity. 85% have been driven from their homes and will have no home to return to. This is something we would never accept for the people of our own city. This is not an issue that is disconnected from our lives as Americans and Sacramentans. Our tax dollars are directly funding these crimes. And as a result, we all have a responsibility to use our privilege and power to take a stand. And the council has great power and privilege, and as a result, a huge responsibility to take a stand. The majority of Americans, over 60% of voters across party lines, support a ceasefire. I imagine this is reflected in the views of Sacramentans. As a member of the Muslim and Arab communities in Sacramento, I need to know that my city cares.
Alyssa Lee. Alyssa Lee, Guy Stevenson, then Farah Ardlana.
Mayor.
I want to go right to the middle if you
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Elisa Lee. I'm a resident of District 4. I'm not Arab or Muslim or Palestinian. I'm Korean, and I mentioned that because Sacramento is a city of immigrants, and I'm sure almost every immigrant has a story that relates to how U.S. intervention has tore apart their country, like it has my family's country, and separated Koreans from each other. In 2021, Governor Newsom passed a law to remove racist monuments and statues of figures who have participated in the genocide of Native Americans. And our statue of Whatnapero Sarah in Capitol Park was torn down and replaced in November with a Miwok elder. It was something that was celebrated and unveiled with a big monument and ceremony. And I just need to say that every single one of you who doesn't stand for a ceasefire, you do not dare to ever celebrate or any memorial for people lost to senseless war and violence. If you do not stand with Palestine right now, you do not get to stand at any memorial or unveiling for anyone who has been lost to war or violence. It is hypocritical. It is wrong to pat yourselves on the back for celebrating people lost in the past that we couldn't do anything about, but to not take action right now. 16 cities have passed resolutions, 5 of them in California. California has passed the most so far. You will not be alone. Katie Valenzuela, I'm so proud to have you as my council member. You have stood with Sacramentans, you have stood with Palestinians to call for a ceasefire, to show up at the Capitol where hundreds of people came out to protest our government's involvement and support of Israel. Moving forward, if you pass this, we will back you. We'll back you against every single person who denounces this act with hatred. We will back you fully.
Guy Stevenson, Farah Ardlana, Ryan Misano. I don't see Guy. Farah, please proceed.
My name is Farah. I am a student at Sac State, and I'm the president of Students for Justice in Palestine. And I can tell you right here, we have seen a disgusting increase in Islamophobia and harassment for our Palestinian activism. I study political science, and I understand why the system is inherently backed by greed and hypocritical liberal morals. I will not condemn anything, as y'all don't condemn Israel. Our existence is resistance, and resistance is protected by international law. Seeing the members leave is incredibly disheartening. You do not care for us, and we know Lisa Kaplan supports genocide, from her tweets to her proudly boasted Starbucks cup earlier. I am here to say we need you to pass a ceasefire resolution, be the next Richmond, the San Francisco, and the Berkeley. I urge you to listen to your Palestinian community and your constituents, as it was their voices that must be centered, not war criminals, whose focus is to flatten Gaza and keep me and the rest of the diaspora from returning. When this gets written in the history books, as the Holocaust has, let it be known you were on the right or wrong side of history. This community has been slapped in the face by the city council. We have been asking for months. I do not care if I sound harsh. You need to hear this. This is how Nazi Germany did what it did. And Sacramento, we will not lay down and accept marginalization and dehumanization. I will not be complicit, and I urge you to not be complicit in the Palestinian genocide. If you want fascism, if you do not support fascism, and you do not support war criminals, then we urge you to reject any amendments made by extremist, racist calls for increased violence, warfare, and genocide, as they undermine the overwhelmingly popular demand for a ceasefire. And this continues the dangerous violent rhetoric and dehumanization of Palestinians, and further normalize my people's genocide. You need to care. We are all here.
Following Ryan is Zanib Khalid and Anel Esmal.
At the beginning of the meeting, we heard you denounce land acknowledgements, and we heard you denounce human trafficking. Well, why is it that the land acknowledgement for Gaza is being ignored? Why is Gaza, and I've been up here for 9 months talking about this, but for some reason everyone's joining the party now, but this has been a problem since 1948. 1916 was when the Balfour Declaration was signed in the middle of World War I, where England was getting smashed, and the Rothschilds in England signed an agreement to have America come into the war on the side of England. And that is what started this, because the Rothschilds were promised Palestine. At the time, 93% of Palestine belonged to the Palestinians, and it should still belong to them because 15,000 of them were murdered in the Nakba, and 750,000 were kicked off their land. And so, and unfortunately, yeah, right there, that's the, that's what it is. And the word racist and all this stuff, that didn't even exist. It's targeted at one group. And by the way, whites are the minority. We make up 10% of the world's population. So let me just continue.
Oh, yeah, no, keep talking.
So this is not a white book that says even the best of the Goyim should be killed. That's what's happening in Palestine right now. That's not a white book. That's the Talmud, isn't it, Mayor? You know it is. And what does the next one say? All children of Goyim are animals. All children of Goyim are animals. So, yeah, one day people are going to start to wake up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zainab Khalid, Ainal Ismail Adwala, then Alex Beamer.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council members. First of all, I have to comment to the previous gentleman, tell him to get educated on actual history. Second of all, really, I don't have much more to add than what my peers have added. They've said powerful and moving stories, and I really just have a very simple question, but I have to preface it with a few facts. So, as of now, the death toll in Gaza has topped over 30,000 people, including 10,000 children. Now, I'm going to repeat that, and I want to look you in the eyes when I say that. 10,000 children. More than 1,000 have had their legs amputated. Some of them had to have their legs amputated medically without anesthesia. We now have a new term for all the orphans in Gaza. WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. These are all the children that have had all their family members killed and are now orphans. Just a couple of weeks ago, my friend here, my sister who lives in Davis, her friend is Palestinian, and she had 55 members of her extended family massacred. Imagine if that happened to you. More than 80 to 85%, 1.9 million of Gaza's population have been displaced. Civilians have been advised to relocate to avoid being bombed, only to be bombed where they were told not to go. Much of Gaza has become uninhabitable. Civilian infrastructure, schools, hospitals, universities, mosques, churches have all been leveled. It's basically a hellscape right now. Access to water, fuel, and electricity has been cut, and there's a very limited amount of food, drinking water, and medical supplies. And we've also seen reports of infectious diseases spreading. Over the past few months, many of the Sacramento community, including Palestinians.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ainal Ismail Adwala, Alex Beamer, and Savannah Sanchez.
It's me, right? It's me?
Ainal?
Alexander Beamer, is that the name?
Alex Beamer?
Yeah.
Please proceed. And then Ainal, then Savannah.
My name is Alexander Beamer, and I'm here to talk about Palestine, but frustratingly, I'm not here to talk about a resolution because you ghouls are still discussing it. What the hell is there to discuss at this point? Hypothetically speaking, how many more corpses will it take before you make a decision? All of us here would like to know. And you might think the animosity is unwarranted, but the grace period for caring enough to do something was over 3 months and 32,000 deaths ago. But this has been going on a lot longer than 109 days, and you should know that by now. In fact, it has been over 100 days and over 100 years since the British first decided that the existence of Palestine and its people were not worth mentioning. And lo and behold, the U.S. government carries on that tradition today. So I ask you these questions. Do you condemn Israel? Do Palestinians have the right to defend themselves? Are you proud of yourselves? And do you think history will treat you kindly? Because I can promise you it won't. Not if I and everyone else with me has anything to say about it. And we have a lot to say. I do not condemn the resistance, and I do not condemn any Palestinian. I condemn Israel. I condemn the United States. I condemn the media for lying. I condemn this council. Resistance is justified when people are occupied is not just a slogan. It is something I mean with my whole heart and soul. The very least I could do today is advocate for Palestine, and the least you could do is call for a ceasefire, an end to all aid to Israel, and an end to the occupation. It is already too late to absolve yourselves of complicity in the slaughter. But do you really want even more blood on your hands? Free Palestine!
And now, Savannah Sanchez and Samaya. Please proceed.
My name is Savannah Sanchez. I served 4 years active duty in the United States Marine Corps. I believe I became extremely familiar with the United States war machine as I watched a classroom full of 200 fellow Marines cheering, clamoring, and applauding for more bloodshed while watching highlight reels of the military occupation in Iraq and Afghanistan. What we had witnessed were videos depicting the complete devastation of whole villages and the deaths of civilians and insurgents alike in both Iraq and Afghanistan. The videos had background music to keep everyone pumped and excited for the next drone strike or the next gory death. Our instructors intentionally showed us these videos as the initial step in molding us into war machines. For the past 108 days, I have watched the physical results of the American military-industrial complex as it murders thousands of people live on my phone. The past 108 days have completely cleared up any remaining questions I may have ever had regarding who the true terrorists of the world really are. America is responsible for more bloodshed than any other nation in history and is a nation that commits terrorism on every single nation that it feels threatened by. The establishment of the State of Israel and Palestine, where a diverse population of Muslims, Christians, and Jews coexisted peacefully, was motivated by the desire to create a military foothold for American and Western interests in the Middle East. The existence of Israel contributes to the ongoing destabilization, exploitation, and privatization of the Middle East, but thanks to the audacious ignorance of both America and Israel, the true nature of Israel as a settler colonial project has been unveiled. Contrary to the Zionist agenda, Israel is no longer looked at as a safe haven for the Jewish people. It is viewed by the world as a terrorist, genocidal, racist, and murderous entity foreseen to bring death and destruction to more parts of the world. The resolution on the ongoing genocide in Palestine has been neglected for 108 days, and over 30,000 Palestinians have been murdered. Allowing this to persist suggests a clear lack of care for lives affected and sends a message of absolute indifference to your community. And trust me, this message has been noted. I suggest each of you consider your legacy. I recommend.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Samaya. Samaya Jawadi, Omar Altamimi, then Susan Abadaya. I don't see Samaya. Omar? Omar's not here. Susan Abadaya, Yosef Dabor, Yasmin Punan, and then Kamal Shirkasti.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Abdullah, and I'm a resident of Sacramento County. I'm coming to you as a Palestinian mother and a pediatric nurse and a healthcare provider in Sacramento. I'm urging you to add and adopt a permanent ceasefire resolution. We are witnessing a genocide in Gaza right now in front of our eyes, and it is our responsibility to be a part of ending it. Adopting a ceasefire resolution is long overdue and should not even be questionable. We have seen over 30,000 Palestinians massacred in these last 100+ days, over 10,000 of them children, with still thousands killed and buried under the rubble that are not accounted for. We are watching Gazan doctors, fathers amputate their children, their daughters' legs without anesthesia. I'm watching a doctor pack wounds of a toddler as she's screaming in pain as a parent is holding her. This is inhumane. We have a father looking for his 7-month-old child for the past 25 days, digging under rubbles every single day for the past 25 days, that his 7-month-old baby was there. We need to join the millions across the world and country who are calling for a permanent ceasefire to this violence. This is a local issue for Sacramento and U.S. residents because this genocide is happening and supported and being funded by the U.S. This is our military aid to Israel and our tax dollars that is funding it. Opposing this and any genocide should not be controversial. It is not complicated. It is not complicated that you should never bomb hospitals. It is not complicated that you should never bomb schools, that you should never bomb mosques and churches and target civilians, women and children. You should never target journalists, healthcare providers, all of which Israel is doing right now in Gaza. Let us model the cities of Oakland and San Francisco. And today, Richmond.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Yassar. Yassar and then Yasmin.
My name is Yassar Dabour, and I'm a local Palestinian American activist. Esteemed members of the council, as a Palestinian American, I'm requesting that our city council issue an unequivocal call for a permanent ceasefire to stop the ongoing genocide in Gaza that has been shamelessly taking place with our government's financial, military, and political support, a mindless support that rendered all of us unwillingly complicit in these crimes. Esteemed members, when considering a resolution, be mindful of two important elements: to be respectful of the victims who lost their lives. First, when dealing with a humanitarian crisis of this magnitude, you have to call things by their names and point to the root cause of the problem, and that is the 75-year of Israeli occupation of Palestine, an inhumane, oppressive, racist, segregationist Israeli regime imposed on the daily lives of the indigenous Palestinians. Esteemed members, there is no place for playing politics, invoking both sidism or pretense of objectivity, equating the occupied and the occupier, the oppressed and the oppressors, just to please all sides is not ethical. That would not be the right thing or ethical thing to do. Second, when addressing the October 7th and the events that have been unfolding since, let's not be selective of when it all started, and let's put it in the correct historical context. Be mindful of what the Palestinians have been enduring in their struggle against a racist apartheid regime where Palestinians have been forced to live subservient in a system of Jewish supremacy. Let's put it all in the right context. Palestinians have been fighting for freedom and liberation. And no, occupation has no right to defend itself on stolen land. Because as indigenous Palestinians, I don't want.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Yasmin. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Your time is complete. Thank you for your comments. Please take your seat. Your time is complete. Yasmin and then Kamal.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Poyawan. I'm a Sacramento resident from District 8 and civil rights attorney. I'm here to urge City Council to agendize and pass a ceasefire resolution to call for the end of the unnecessary deaths and destruction in Palestine. Since October 7th, more than 30,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed, of whom 70% are women and children. Almost 2 million people in Gaza are internally displaced. These realities are not only morally reprehensible, but they are also clear violations of international humanitarian law, as Israel has subjected the civilian population of Gaza to collective punishment, has employed illegal substances such as white phosphorus, and has continued the displacement of civilians, which the UN has already identified as potential war crimes. Ceasefire is a local Sacramento issue because Sacramento residents are paying federal tax dollars that are going to war and the genocide of the Palestinian people. The ongoing war in Palestine makes many of our community members less safe, specifically our Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslim community members. People whose lives are most significantly impacted by the ongoing death and destruction in Palestine are feeling forgotten, ignored, and dehumanized. One can just look at tonight and the utter disrespect and lack of humanity of ignoring and walking out on commenters, sharing horrific details of the genocide and personal stories. Passing a ceasefire resolution sends a message to impacted community members that their representatives hear their safety concerns. Calling for a ceasefire affirms to the community that we are united against mass murder and ethnic cleansing of any people. Calling for a ceasefire affirms our direct local leaders are listening, even when our federal leaders are not. I urge council to be on the right side of the law, the right side of history, and the right side of humanity by...
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Kamal Shirkasi. Following Kamal Shirkasi. I don't see Jamal. Jennifer Jankovitz. I have 30 more speakers. Jennifer Jankovitz, Hala Al-Jamal, David Mandel, Keon Bliss, Jeff Tartagia.
Hi, I'm a graduate student at UC Davis. As a TA, I need to start with everyone's attention, so if y'all could nod, whoever's left, that you're paying attention. You can hear me? Okay, cool, thank you. The many folks who stood up here before me and those that will come here after make it very clear that what we're witnessing take place in Gaza is beyond our human capacity to comprehend, that we should all try desperately to stop. So with my time here, I want to draw attention to another catastrophic impact of the genocide in Gaza. I want to draw attention to the rapidly deteriorating trust that we as a people have in you as our government. Whatever was left of it, it's deteriorating. Again, as people have said, there's reason folks show up here pissed off. Our elected officials who are chosen to represent the will of the people, do your job. It truly feels dystopic. I've been saying throughout this genocide that this feels like an episode of Black Mirror or another sequel to the Hunger Games. But it's our unfortunate reality, and it's been wild to see what big money, governments, and mainstream media has done to fuel this genocide. Until you do whatever you can in your power to make it stop, you're complicit too. I'm an artist, and I use that power to influence change. The people here have a voice and a vote, and they are using that to influence change. Please use your power to make a change. We've been screaming and demanding a ceasefire for 109 days now, and yet over and over again, those in power, you all, sit there looking pretty and veto and slow any progress towards representing what the people who put you here want. Stop representing the ones profiting off of the mass slaughter of a beautiful people. It's sick. Pass an immediate and indefinite ceasefire resolution on behalf of Sacramento. Ceasefire now. Call it clearly in a ceasefire resolution. Call it a genocide. Do absolutely everything you can to make it stop. Listen to the people, earn back our trust, and do your job.
Your comments. Our next speaker is Hala. Hala Al-Jamaa, David Mandel, then Keon Bliss.
Hi, my name is Hala Al-Jamaa. Could you show my friend's art on the board?
Thank you. Please proceed.
I just wanted to advocate for a ceasefire in Palestine. I'm here to speak to you honestly, but I have lost faith in your decision-making and your opinions. It's been over 100 days. You had 100 chances to show your humanity, to show your understanding that we're all interconnected in this world, to show that you understand that what's 30 tons being dropped on Palestine is going to affect climate change. Definitely. You've had chances to show that you believe in justice and you failed. But I believe whether you advocate for a ceasefire or not, it will happen. I believe in liberation. I believe that the seed is germinating and that you've made us more connected now than ever. And we will continue striking, boycotting, emailing, doing everything we can until there is a ceasefire, until Palestine is free. As you put your kids to bed tonight and you kiss them and their smiles brighten your heart, I would like you to imagine them choking on rubble and you frantically trying to dig them out as bombs fall overhead. And then they're amputated and then displaced and then amputated again and their wounds infected, only to starve and die of the cold overnight. I'm here for Palestinian mothers who have lost their martyred children. And I'm here for you who continue to stand up together.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is David Mandel, then Keon Bliss, then Jeffrey Tartagia. David, Keon, and then Jeff Tartagia.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is David Mandel. I'm a human rights attorney in District 4. Shout out to Katie Valenzuela for being so strong in supporting the ceasefire and Palestinian rights. I'm not going to repeat all the horrors that you've heard from other people about what's going on in Gaza, because it's not necessary and it's not my immediate family, but it's my human family. I have, for 38 years in Sacramento, and before that for 10 years in Jerusalem, I have organized and protested and been arrested for supporting Palestinian human rights. I'm a human rights attorney, and it goes without saying that I believe that we must support the human rights of everybody. Restoring those human rights for Palestinians means overcoming the ethnic cleansing, apartheid, and occupation of the last 100 years or so. That's the only way to ensure justice, safety, and peace for everyone in that embattled land. For the first time now, being in touch with friends and relatives in Israel, I am saddened and profoundly pessimistic about the prospects of persuading Israeli Jews to support these goals. The combination of trauma and barrages of propaganda have led most of that society, to my horror, to support the horrific genocide being perpetrated by their government in Gaza. The only hope remaining is international pressure, including from the United States, which so far is backing Israel to the hilt. Grassroots voices and votes are what can change that, and there's no better way to do that than to start by having civil society, cities, counties, and states demand an immediate and permanent ceasefire. That demand includes, by the way, more and more of my Jewish community.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Keon Bliss, then Jeffrey Tartagia. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Keon is left. I believe Keon is left. So Mr. Tartagia, then Umer Waris, then Nazila Awan. Mr. Tartagia?
I'm in the wrong room tonight. I am here to talk to the mayor. When he first met, I brought up the subject of homeless. Suggested to you that it was a problem, that whether you exacerbate it, you need to define it, you need to explain it. For the next 2 nights, 700 of your Sacramentans will go out there and count the homeless individuals that reside within our residency. This is a larger problem. You need to address all of the problems. Now, for the rest of you, I will say, come July, there is a utility tax that a trail bill passed through the legislature. People are getting upset about understanding about it, but it means that every single person that has utilities come July can be charged from $30 to $70. whether they use utility or not. Something else that needs to be changed. Other things you have that you have the ability to change. Monday, I listened to the 6 or so mayor candidates. It was interesting to hear their take. And all I will have to say to you, Mayor, is you have a few months to de-escalate the many problems you have exacerbated in your term. And one of them you can do is resolve not having public comment at the very end of council meetings. But I understand the support, and I am about out of time. So I've spent 24 hours learning what's going on with their budget. I'm here before you for the first time this year to tell you.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Umar Waris, Nazila Awan, Renita Alfani. Umar Waris. I don't see movement. Nazila Awan. Renita Alfankati. Renda, please come up to the podium. Zaydeep, and then David, we've already got David, and then Allison Lukes.
It's me, right?
Yes, please proceed.
Because you said a bunch of names for them. I'm not the committee currently. Oh, we're going. Okay. We stand here on the land of the free, a country that believes in the morality of freedom, but freedom should be extended to all corners of this earth. This extension of freedom applies to the freedom of Palestinians, as all people deserve to be free. How do we expect Palestinians and Israelis to live in peace when freedom and sovereignty is given to one but not the other? Peace will be hard to achieve for either one until we call for a permanent ceasefire. We have seen and heard the genocidal language used on the grounds of eradicating Palestinians. We have seen the videos, the thousands of children murdered and parents mourning. The genocide is creating parents without children and children without parents, to the point, like all of the other attendees said, an acronym was created. Please pay attention, I would appreciate it. The acronym, once again, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family, WCNSF. Not even in death are Palestinians given peace. As tanks crush graveyards, as they crush families alive in their tents at refugee camps who used to have homes but were now dispossessed and then got ran over by Israeli IOF tanks. You ask Palestinians in Gaza to chant for peace while they're being bombed, while they lose their limbs, while they're under the psychological stress of buzzing drones constantly, while they look for scraps of their loved ones. If you do not want it for your children, then why are you okay when it is theirs? These crimes are not committed in the name of self-defense, but in the desire to eradicate. As a country that values freedom, justice, and peace, how do we bring and fight for peace if we are not calling for a ceasefire? It is the first step. Ceasefire now!
And Allison, then Jackson Yoder.
My name is Zainab Uzumju. I am a family and community medicine physician. I work at UC Davis, and I also work at One Community Health, which is a federally qualified health center in Midtown Sacramento. Physicians who care for refugees see the dehumanization that has been perpetuated by U.S.-funded wars overseas. This disproportionately affects people of color in the world, and it also impacts us in Sacramento. We are interconnected. People experiencing war trauma become our patients here. Likewise, my US-born patients express secondhand trauma from witnessing genocide. This is not just someone else's issue, it is ours. I'm asking the city to be on the right side of history and to make us proud. Make us proud to be from here. Pass a ceasefire resolution.
Next speaker is Allison Lukes. Following Allison is Jackson Yoder, then Rachel Wilkinson.
Pay attention.
Allison? Please proceed. Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Allison Lux. I won't present facts because you know the facts, as long as you are willing to face them. You have heard them here, you have seen them with your own eyes, and if you haven't, that's only because you close your eyes. You have already failed Palestine. You have already failed Palestinians. You have already failed your citizens, your constituents. You have made it clear your decisions do not reflect any of us. They do not reflect your heart. And I get that. The structures you represent lead with fear. I know each of you face fear to lose your position, to lose your status, to go against the status quo. Imagine then the fear that a Palestinian in Gaza experiences right now, to lose their loved ones, their children, their parents, to be murdered themselves. I imagine some of you are parents. As a mother, I have to lead with my heart so that my son will follow. What do you say to your children, whether they are babies or adults, to show them that you all are leading with your heart? It's not as complicated as your justifications. I ask each of you, what is the worth of your humanity? What is the price tag on your humanity? Is it the cost of your delayed package? Or is it the cost of your promotion? Or is your humanity and the light that connects us all bright enough to let you open your eyes and to let you call for what's right? The decisions you make without your humanity and without your heart, they will stay with you. A ceasefire resolution is less than the bare minimum. A ceasefire is less than the bare minimum. It is demanding an end to mass murder, to genocide. That should not be controversial as long as your humanity remains priceless.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Jackson Yoder, Rachel Wilkinson, and then Jessica Lawless. Jackson Yoder, Rachel Wilkinson, Jessica Lawless, Maya Steinhardt. Please proceed. Please proceed. She can't until you start.
Please take pictures of the labeled QR codes and see the packet of ceasefire resolutions being passed around now. These are only resolutions that have been passed in California. It does not include the countless resolutions that have also been passed across the United States. Regrettably, shamefully, inexplicably, Sacramento is not on that list. That changes tonight. Communities, both near and far, both vastly different and very much the same as ours, have overwhelmingly declared their support for a ceasefire because Israel is actively committing and has been committing genocide in Gaza and by extension in Greater Palestine and neighboring countries. As much as I would love to call on this council to support the total liberation of Palestine with the same fervor as our comrades internationally, I know full well that no one on this council is ready to support a resolution like that. But just for the record, that is what the Palestinian people deserve. So compared to what the Palestinian people deserve, we're asking for crumbs. We're asking you to say, we believe that murder is wrong, that bombing hospitals, UN facilities, schools, faith buildings, and civilian housing is wrong, that intentionally bombing, using chemical weapons on, torturing, and committing genocide against people is wrong, that we acknowledge that the Palestinian people were indigenous to that land, are indigenous to that land, and will always be indigenous to that land, that Palestinians should not have to choose between being murdered through intentional starvation, infection, and indiscriminate bombing and ethnic cleansing. And if you feel that calling for these provisions is unrealistic or against your values, you don't have a difference of opinion. You live in what is fundamentally a morally bankrupt delusion built on a white settler colonial pipe dream. I know some of you are shirking responsibility by telling yourselves that you shouldn't comment on international issues, that your hands are tied. But if you can't manage to do the barest minimum and say that we believe that genocide is wrong and we want it to stop, then what that tells us...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Please take your seat. Thank you for your comments. Please take your seat. I'm going to need to ask you to leave chambers if you cannot take your seat. I did. You are now, please do not disrupt the orderly conduct of these hearings. Rachel Wilkinson, Jessica Lawless, then Maya Steinhardt.
1, 2, 3, eyes on me. הנה מה טוב מונעים, שvetahim gam yachad. See just how good and how pleasant it is when brothers do dwell together. These are words that I sang at Capital Christian School off of Bradshaw and 50 when I was taught Hebrew at 6 years old. I was taught to defend Israel with my entire life, with all of my faith, with my whole soul. Because standing for Israel was something that meant standing for my country. It was a blessing for us and a blessing for other people. 10 years ago, I went to the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. for my senior year trip. I went to a 3-hour peace conference where they talked to us about weapons the entire time with smirks on their faces. I was glared at by the soldiers there because of my appearance. Not my hijab, how I look. As a mixed race person, I was scrutinized. When I came home from that trip, we had a Holocaust survivor come and speak at chapel. He said he would forgive the Nazis, but he would not forgive the Arabs, and that anyone born in Palestine was excuse me, I get really anxious.
Please take your time. Stop the clock, please. Stop the clock, please. Please take your time. Okay, water. Is there water, please? Is there water, please, for the speaker. Please. Let's get water right now. Please. Please take your time, okay? We'll take a breath. We'll take a minute. Please take your time. Take your time.
A Holocaust survivor told me he would forgive the Nazis, told all of us, students, 16, 7 years old, he'd forgive the Nazis, but not the Palestinian Arabs, that even the children that born there are terrorists, that they will come up to attack them. I was talked to by a family of Steinbergs and Fieldlers in 2015 after I graduated to not support Israel, and I listened to them. Just this past year, I learned that my family is Palestinian. This past year, because it was not safe to discuss that until I brought up Palestine.
Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Jessica Lawless. Jessica Lawless, Maya Steinhardt, Stan Bautista, and Amanda Diamond.
Hi, I'm Jessica. So I live on Nistanon lands here, but not in Sacramento. It's in Sacramento County because it's on a gerrymandered block in South Sacramento between Districts 5 and 6. So I'm an artist and a writer and a descendant of Ashkenazi, Sephardic, and Romani survivors and victims of the Nazi genocide of the Holocaust. I'm here in honor of my Jewish ancestors. I'm an active member of Jewish Voice for Peace, and I'm here in solidarity with my Palestinian cousins, siblings, neighbors, and the people trying to stay alive in occupied Palestine. And of course, I'm here in solidarity with the growing anti-Zionist Jewish community that I'm so proud to be a part of.
Please speak.
And I had so many things I wanted to share with you earlier when I was thinking about this. So much of it has been shared, of course, but at a certain point in the last couple of days, and today specifically, Mayor Steinberg, I saw a letter that you sent to the Jewish Federation about the negotiations of the ceasefire resolution. And I want to remind you that I am a member of the Jewish community, and the Jewish Federation is not the Jewish community. right? And that has not been shared beyond there. It's just that we actually are all connected. And so please remember to not make the divides within our community, as so many of us here are working to heal historic harms that have happened to all of us. We are here because today it is our Palestinian siblings who are in need of us to stand up and do the right thing on the right side of history. I'm going to remind you again, I'm saying that as a descendant of people who perished in the Holocaust. And I'm here because of...
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Maya Steinhardt. Following Maya is Dan Bautista, Amanda Diamond, then Dickens Sider.
Hello, my name is Maya Steinhardt, and I'm here as a Jewish constituent. The Judaism that I was raised with emphasized that we hold both duty and privilege as individuals that exist at the intersection of white privilege in this country and have a historic past of unprecedented trauma and atrocity. And I hold that belief and that value system integral to who I am. That aspect of my Judaism is who I am. And the rising conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism scares me. Israel does not keep me safe. Israel does not keep any of us safe. I understand the desire to want to have a Jewish homeland, to feel protected, because we have not had that protection. But Israel, as it stands, was a Western project to rid Europe of its duty to hold itself to a higher standard, that it was a scapegoat to deal with the actual anti-Semitic problems in Europe. It is not an answer to our problems. It is not an answer. I see you shaking your head.
I agree with you.
I understand you don't agree. I'm asking you, as a constituent, are you comfortable with this being your legacy? Are you comfortable with the choices that you're making? I see the faces that you're making. I see that you don't agree. We all see it.
The next speaker is Stan Bautista. Following Stan,
Holocaust in the European history.
our next speaker is Stan Bautista, Amanda Diamond, then Dickens Sider.
What I've got to say seems trivial now, after hearing all of these heartfelt and compassionate comments, but I appreciate your time and attention just the same. My name is Stan Bautista. I'm a location manager for film projects. Many of us came here today to hear about a project that's going on at a studio that's being built at Cal Expo. That somehow morphed into criticism of our film commissioner, Jennifer West. As a location manager, I have worked with film commissioners from San Francisco to Lake Tahoe, from Sacramento to the Oregon border, and I assure you there is no one better than Jennifer West at her job. But she's not popular. She's not popular with everyone. But the overwhelming majority of filmmakers in our community support and appreciate her 100% because she's creating programs that attract projects, that keep us employed even in slow times, because of her professionalism and fairness, but most of all because she makes sure that all productions obey the rules. And they keep the set safe. It's our workplace. And all we have to look to is Halyna Hutchins or Alec Baldwin or Sarah Jones about what dire things can happen on a movie set when they're not safe. Personally, more than anything, I ask that you consider the source of her largest detractors. I looked and I could not find one film that they made with a budget over $500,000. And it's funny because they're here complaining about our film commissioner when Warner Brothers literally has $1 million picture, $100 million motion picture that is base camping in our town. And the money is not made on permits. The money is made on heads on beds. The money is made on meals, on the money that they spend here on tax dollars. And that's what she's bringing here. So really, I would just ask you to consider the source. And please keep this vital and valuable resource to our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Here is Amanda then Dickens, then Shiver.
Hi, I'm here to call on the Council to pass a ceasefire resolution for the ongoing genocide of Palestinians at the hands of Israel. This is an action that should have been taken already, especially considering how many of our Palestinian community members have lost family members and loved ones to the ongoing genocide. As many have said before, this is a local issue. I don't understand, frankly, how any of you sleep at night or find any peace at all. Palestinians deserve better. They deserve life. They deserve food and water and shelter and safety and medical care and comfort. Mostly, they deserve our time and our attention. We should not be operating business as usual. We should be prioritizing this matter. Israel has been overt and clear in what their goals are with Palestine. They've said it repeatedly. They want Gaza decimated, leveled, gone. They want all the land, and they will stop at nothing to accomplish taking it. They have established that they do not care about the hostages or their people. Meanwhile, the U.S., California, and Sacramento do nothing to stop the needless, horrific deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinians. This doesn't even include the number of injured, sick, disabled, starving, and more at the hands of Israel. Our government, including SAC, contributes to the genocide via complicity and funding military aid to Israel. As a tax-paying citizen, I want my tax money to be reallocated to our communities. So I ask you, when will this stop? When will it be enough? When will you start doing your fucking job and listen to your constituents? We want an immediate and permanent ceasefire. We want unlimited humanitarian aid to every corner of Gaza. We want Israel out of Palestine and no more aid being sent for their heinous war crimes. We want the right of return for exiled and displaced Palestinians, including the martyrs whose bodies were stolen. We want the land given back. You've made your stance very clear, and it is one of cowardice. In closing, I'd like to offer you all a little something. A curse that for the rest of your waking life you be haunted by your complicity and your apathy in the face of preventable mass atrocity.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Dickens, Shiver, Nikki. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Please take your seat. Our next speaker, Shiver. Following Shiver is Nikki, then Mike Snell, then Robin Sorick.
Sorry. I'm the name before Shiver. Hi, my name is Brooke. Before I talk, I just want to say people are angry because y'all aren't listening. I literally saw Eric Guerra falling asleep today. And maybe that's why he's gone. Maybe he had to go take a nap. Anyway.
No, wait a minute. He's been really sick. You might want to know. Stop. Be quiet. Be quiet. I'm going to give you your full 2 minutes.
Shut up.
I'm going to give you your full 2 minutes, but I'm going to speak on behalf of my colleague.
Why?
Eric Guerra has been very sick. So please excuse him if he was not fully paying attention. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Stand up for that.
Okay, so hi, I'm Brooke. I came here to speak out against sweeps, but I also would like to express my support for, let me take this off, not only a permanent ceasefire, but a permanent end to the inhumane and illegal occupation in Palestine. I can't help but feel that sweeps on our streets and the genocide in Palestine are distinctly intertwined. The government that is funding the ethnic cleansing overseas is the same government that is killing poor and homeless people here. I don't have much more to say than what everyone before me has already eloquently said, even before tonight. And I don't have much more to say that says more than the unimaginably violent content that we have to see every day online already and the things that people are experiencing directly. It all speaks for itself. So I ask for those that have been buried under the rubble in Gaza, for those that have died in the night from freezing temperatures on the streets of Sacramento, for everyone that has died a martyr, for everyone that has died due to our violent, profit-driven government, for everyone that has died to the violence paid for by our tax dollars, that we all take a moment of silence in their honor.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Shiver. I have 10 more speakers. Shiver, Nikki, Mike Snell, Robin Sorick.
I want to address the rhetoric of, oh, it's only self-defense, because what that really reminds me of is stand your ground laws, which, you know, it sounds nice in theory, but it's really just an excuse for murder. Same thing. If this was just self-defense, if this wasn't ethnic cleansing, why would they be killing journalists? Why would there be so many instances of people waving a white flag getting killed? If this was not genocide, why would they be directing Palestinians to areas where they're supposed to be able to leave the conflict and then not letting them leave? If this was not genocide, why are a third of those dead children? If this was not genocide, why, with the U.S. funding Israel with the most technologically advanced weaponry the world has ever seen, are they using the dirty, non-guided bombs on the civilian areas? Why are they bombing schools, hospitals, and mosques? Why would our president need to get caught in lie after lie, pretending that Hamas is where it's not? It's just an excuse for murder. It's obvious what this is actually about. It's about resources. It's about oil. It's about a fucking land grab. If you hold power and you stand by while this goes on, you are complicit because U.S. power is perpetuating this genocide. Do not kid yourself. We will remember. We will remember what you do at this moment. All of us will remember. History will remember.
Next speaker is Nikki. Nikki.
Hello, Council. My name is Robin Sorick, and I'm going to change my comment right now. I am talking in regards to, I am here in support of Jennifer West, the Sacramento Film Commissioner. The Film Commissioner keeps our sets safe. The cast and the crew. And I have been crew on a lot of movies shot here. There are some people here in this town that want Jennifer West, the Sacramento Film Commissioner, to resign. And that is because those people refuse to follow orders or rules or abide by them or get permits. And they want to instead have unsafe sets because it's cheaper, and that's the bottom line. It's cheaper, and our lives as crew people do not matter. So I'm here to support Jennifer West because she makes those people and all of us accountable. Thank you for your time.
Comments? Our next speaker is Nikki. Nikki, Mike Snell, Daniel Sorick, and Rashawn Reed.
People have already said so beautifully and tragically the situation that we're found in, and they've already explained that you haven't done what you could have done thus far. But you do have that opportunity. Mayor Steinberg, City Manager Chan, y'all are the two that can put something on the agenda, right? Y'all are the two that can decide whether City of Sacramento is gonna stand against genocide and for the Palestinian people and for peace in the region and peace in the larger world. Bombing Yemen is no joke. We're not like, we're in very scary circumstances because we have an imperialist government that thinks that bombs are going to be effective in communicating messages, and it's simply not. And that's why a ceasefire is a call for peace. It's a call to end the bloodshed. And I can't believe that any of you, but truly either of you, want to see this bloodshed go on. Having that opportunity to be calling out for an end to the forced starvation, for an end to the forced disease. We're in just unbelievable, watching in unbelievable circumstances. And y'all have an opportunity. I encourage you to use it. I don't ask lightly, and I don't think everybody has poured out their heart and given you truly more than you deserve in terms of patience and grace. They are giving you patience and grace, so take it.
Is Mike Snell? Mike Snell, Daniel Sorik, Rashawn Reed. I don't see Mike. Daniel, Rashawn, and then Codester.
Hello, I'm Daniel Sorik. I'm a production assistant on the films that have been done in Sacramento here. I've worked on many films along with my mother here. We all like to have a good community as a film community, as well as just having a family community as well. And when we heard Jennifer West had this obstacle in front of her, we all decided to come out and support her with this. Because she supports us and the people that do the hard work, and she definitely looks out for everyone, and that's the same on the sets that we do. We try and look out for everyone just like their family, and so we want to try and keep her around as long as we can because she has that good home feeling. So thank you very much for your time.
Rashawn Reed. Rashawn Reed. I don't see movement. Codester. Following Codester is Brittany Beerer and then Mac. Please proceed.
Hello. I've noticed there's a trend out there. I don't know if you noticed. I feel like some people get a vibe from it without being able to say exactly what it is. But every subsequent generation, a smaller and smaller percentage will be able to afford their own home. When you guys voted to give the city manager approximately $750,000 total compensation per year, you saw that he was only getting $650,000 total compensation in 2022, and you decided he needs more than that for increasing cost of living expenses. You're also saying he was doing the work of 26.5 minimum wage workers. Now, how much work could he be doing that is equivalent to the work of 26 people making $16 an hour that will never be able to afford a home? From any reasonable definition of what work is, it's impossible. Maybe you're thinking all those minimum wage workers should just get a good education like Howard Chan, and then they too could have $750,000 a year compensation, and then they could buy a house every year. What do you think would happen to house prices if everyone could afford a house every year? The price would just rise till it's unaffordable again. What percentage of your people would agree with you? You think it'd be 100% like yourselves, or 100% not disagreeing with it at least? Oh, you guys. Or maybe you aren't that representative of your own people. If you went around and told your constituents Howard Chan made $650,000 total compensation of their tax money in 2022, you think they would think he should get $100,000 more per year? Why does the city manager need to be able to buy a new house every single year when so many people will never be able to afford a house? Is it because it just depends on how you say it? It sounds much nicer when the manager says it? Is it possible it means the blood on his hands when a huge storm came through a few years ago? It was up to the city manager to open the warming centers, and he said, let me see some bodies first. And then when he got his bodies of Sacramento citizens, he begrudgingly opened the warming center that's also paid for by the people.
Your time is complete. Brittany Beerer, Mac, and then Drew Gibson.
Hi, I'll keep my time brief because the other matter at hand is more on my mind and heart, but I saw my fellow community here of working in the film industry, so I also wanted to share my support for Jennifer West. This February will be 2 years that I've gotten to work full-time, pay my bills, working in the film industry, being based in Sacramento. I went back to school at Cosumnes River College and was accepted into Columbia University for film and turned it down to stay working in Sacramento as a second assistant director on a feature film. And film commissioners, I've reached out to them, have gotten listed on film and media sites, and I've called it the Tarzan swing. I've been able to work gig from gig. It's not always glamorous. I've had to drive production trucks, clean men's crew toilets, clean up ranch dressing behind dumpsters, but I wouldn't change it for anything. And Jennifer West has been someone who's championed for film production in town. And something I learned in school was an incident in 2014 in Georgia, a film Midnight Rider. There was a cinematographer who they were doing a film test on the first day, was hit by a train. And it's one of those things, they didn't have proper permits and everything. And so even though I love the Wild Westness of film, that permits help keep crews safe. We are hardworking people, and so I support Jennifer West and our film industry here in Northern California. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I have two more speakers. I have two more speakers tonight, Mac and then Drew Gibson.
My name is Mac, and my pronouns are they, them. I'm a community organizer in Sacramento, and I've lived here pretty much all my life. I've actively been involved in city and county politics for almost a decade, and have known some of you and some in this room for about that long as well. I think I want to talk about the fact that it makes me nauseous to come into this space. Not just because this is the house of white supremacy, but sitting in those seats are the ones who pass and support policy that wields its state-sanctioned violence against our community members from here to Gaza. It makes me nauseous because for years I have heard the cries of our community members that speak truth to the crisis that oftentimes you turn your cheek to or don't listen to because you're too busy looking at your phones, taking the comments personally, or weirdly thinking that you know better than the real experts that come into this room unpaid every week to tell you what they need. I get sick on my way here because it's always just feels like some giant gaslight, and it's harmful. And then I watch you pass policy that literally leads to the death of our unhoused neighbors, death of Black and brown and poor communities, and sentences our youth to a life without access to choice and opportunity. I come today, over 100 days into the genocides of tens of thousands of Palestinian people, and watch as y'all are still sitting in those seats, listening to the cries of this community coming since day one, demanding a call for ceasefire and an end to our tax dollars killing people. But the truth is, I think I get the most sick because you've been told how your policies kill members of this community from here to Gaza, and you just sit there acting like we're the crazy ones. That we're the ones that make no sense. That we're too radical or too loud or too big for your small rooms, your 2-minute comments, and ignore us as we call out the genocide in these streets are actually just your status quo. And then I get here, I'm surrounded by y'all. And I'm reminded that the revolution is what they're ignoring, and that we're here and that we're going to do it. That we're all sick of you and these politicians' shit. That we're sick of hunger, sick of killing, sick of us and each other not having access to what is needed to survive.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Please take your seat, Mac. Thank you for your comments. Please take your seat. Your time is complete. Mac, your time is complete. You are now in violation of Council Rules of Procedure, Chapter 5. If you don't wish to take your seat, you'll be asked to leave the chambers. Please take your seat. Our next speaker is Drew Gibson.
Is Drew Gibson here?
Mac, please take your seat or leave the chambers.
Members.
Mac, please take your seat. Is Drew Gibson here?
Is one more speaker, Madam Clerk?
I have one more speaker, Drew Gibson.
Hi, I'm Drew Gibson. I don't have any comment prepared. I just want to say I hope while you were saying my name, Daryl, asking for the next speaker to come up, everyone else was listening to what was just being said. Thank you.
I have no more speakers for public comment.
It is now time for council comments. I want to adjourn in the memory of a late colleague, and I do want to respond to some of the heartfelt testimony heard tonight, but I don't think I'm going to because I fear being shouted down. Because I may agree with much of what you say, but I also have a different opinion. So I will save it. I will save it for another time. I will save it for another time. I'm going to pick another venue as well to adjourn in memory of our colleague, because I think that is wise. There's nothing else to come before the council. We are adjourned.